Right. Um, okay. Good morning, friends, and welcome to Let's Crack Management Exams in English with Unacademy. Unacademy is, of course, India's largest learning platform. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Achyut. I'm a 2018 graduate from XLRI, and during my time at XLRI, I won more than 8 national level case study competitions. I'm currently working in a HR strategy designing role for a startup, and my verbal scores were as follows. In CAT, I had a verbal score of 99.8 percentile, in ZAT 99 percentile, and in GMAT I had a raw score of 42, which roughly translates to a global score of 99 percentile for all the people who wrote GMAT for that year. I have prior teaching experience with NGO where I taught in orphanages and I used to teach English. And of course, I'm currently a verbal faculty with Unacademy. But I also take sessions on decision making, GDPI, VAT, and other aspects of B school admission, and as well as any other queries that you might have about B school life itself. Right. So, for those of you who are not yet a member of Unacademy Subscription, I would strongly recommend that you join soon because we have batches that have already started. We have a lot of upcoming batches that are starting soon, based on whichever exam that you want to attempt, based on your preparation level. So please, by all means, join at the earliest so that you can get the maximum benefit out of the Unacademy platform. So what do you get with Unacademy subscription? Right. First is the fact that you can mold your learning according to your schedule. You might be working, you might be currently in your last year of your undergrad, and you might have other things to juggle with. So the advantage in academy is that you can study whenever, wherever, and at time that best suits you. So for example, you might get free in the mornings or in the afternoon or late at night. So the advantage in an academy is that you can study at any time of the day regardless of the timing. So you can mold your learning according to your schedule, right? And the learning never stops. Then of course the fact is that we have our courses in multiple languages. So we have about 15 different languages that are covered, other than English. We have like Hindi, Malayalam, Tamil, Telugu, and of course the number of languages is being expanded as well. So more and more languages are being covered by day, so you can study any language, right? Then of course is the fact that you can interact with your educators and get your doubts cleared. So in class we have a live chat session where you can type in your queries, give in your inputs, or post classes you can reach out to any of the educators on our platform, and you can address your queries to them, get your doubts cleared. And you can do this with any of the educators that you have on the platform, and we have more than we have hundreds of educators, so you can reach out to anyone who you find best suited to address your queries. Then, of course, during the classes, we have numerous live polls. So when there are questions that are asked, you can vote on what you think is the right answer, and this way you can check your understanding of the concept that have been taught in class as well, and you can try to get a place on the leaderboard that is there for all the people who have answered questions in that class. We have also numerous live tests and quizzes on the app. Basically, the best way to get prepared for any exam is to give numerous tests, and an academy provides a lot of live tests and quizzes, and post the test you get a very detailed report that analyzes your performance with respect to other people, with respect to your weak spots, with respect to your strengths, so you can use the analysis to further fine tune your preparation. Of course, we also have lots of PDFs and learning materials on the platform, so you can get access to any of those. And since we've got, as I mentioned, we have hundreds of educators who are generating content, so that means we've got hundreds and thousands of PDFs and learning material related documents that are present on the app. Now, for if you've now that you've seen the benefits of an academy subscription and you feel like that, yes, an academy subscription is the right thing for me, I would strongly urge you to look at the 12 months and the 24 months course. The reason being that the cost difference between a 6 months and 24 months and a 12 months course is minuscule. But for few thousand rupees more, you get extra duration on the app. So for example, if you were to go for the 12 months course, now that costs you just 17,500, while a 6-month course costs you 14,000. So for just 3,000 rupees more, you get additional 6 months of coaching. Now what is the benefit of that? Let's say you're preparing for CAT this year, and Let's hope you get through with it. And you might feel that, oh, this course is not useful now, but you still have one more year left on the subscription, so you can of course give it to your friends or family members. So that is why, similarly, if you go for the 24 months course, this is for people who are, let's say if you're trying to write CAT this year and you're not sure if you will do well this year, or if you're trying it for the first time and you have a future, you have a determination that yes, I will write CAT until I get into a good college. In that case, 24 months makes perfect sense for you. So you can try it this year, you can try it for next year, and all the while you will be a member of the Unacademy subscription and your learning will continue, right? So you can see the difference is quite minuscule. 6 months is 14,000, while 12 months, which is for double the duration, is 17,500, is 3,000 rupees more. And 24 months, which is 4 times the 6 months plan, is just 7,000 rupees more. So for 50% more, you get 4 times the duration. So as you can see, our 12 months plan and our 24 months plan are the most cost effective plans that we have. And additionally, if you use my code while you're purchasing this, the code that is given at the bottom of the screen, Achyut, ACHYUT, it will get you a flat 10% off on any plan that you wish to buy. So your 12 months plan goes down from 17,500 to 15,750, and your 24 months plan goes down from 21,000 to 18,900. So that means that just for 18,000 or for 15,000, you will be getting an academy subscription for 1 year or 2 years. And that roughly translates to just 788 rupees per month for the 24 months plan and 1313 for the 12 months plan. And I'm sure for many of you, that is, we spend more money on a single outing than the amount that it turns out to for the Unacademy subscription here. So please use the code Achyut. Please share it with your friends and family members if you know that they are planning to buy an Academy subscription. It can be used for anyone for any of the plans. Let's say you have friends or family members who might be planning to join for JEE, for NEET, or for any of the entrance exams. You can share the code with them and you can ask them to use the code and make sure that they benefit by getting flat 10% off. So please use the code Achyut and please spread it among your friends and family members as well. Now, coming to the IIFT exam. IIFT exam is typically conducted by Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, and it is used for admission into the two campuses. So one is at Delhi, one is at Kolkata, and I think there's a third one that is either upcoming or it has been operationalized as well. But Delhi and Kolkata are typically the first preferences for all the aspirants. In fact, Delhi is one of the IIFT Delhi is one of the top 10 colleges in India, right? Now, the IIFT exam itself is slightly different from the typical management exams because CAT and sorry guys, uh, 1 minute. So there's a lot of sunlight coming here, right? Okay, so as I was saying, unlike sorry, one moment. Yes. So unlike CAT and ZAT, IIFT exam has 5 sections. So we know that CAT has just verbal, quants, and LRDI. But the IIFT exam has 5 sections. The first one is the GK section. This consists of 20 questions, each of 30 marks. So each question carries 1.5 marks. The second section is the quant section, which has 25 questions. And since each question has 3 marks in this section, it accounts for 75 marks. Then we have the third section called the RC section. So unlike other exams which has just one verbal section, there are 2 verbal sections that are there in IIFT. The first is the RC section, which has around 18 to 20 questions. It's not fixed, it varies year to year. And these account for 54 to 60 marks. So each question in RC also carries 3 marks. Then we have the verbal ability section, which has 15 to 17 questions. So which typically, again, since each question carries 3 marks, so this section accounts for 45 to 51 marks. So as you can see, the verbal section typically accounts, the entire combined verbal questions account for anywhere from 95 to 105 marks typically. And then the last section and the fifth section is of course the LRDI, which is quite similar to our CAT and ZAT, and this consists of 30 questions, and since each is of 3 marks, total of 90 marks. Now of course, another unique factor to be noted here is that typically in CAT and ZAT, the weightage for the verbal ability questions is very less. For example, RC questions account for 2/3 of the verbal questions in CAT and ZAT. But in IIFT, if you see, RC questions account for around 50% of the total verbal ability based questions that we have. Also, while the weightage, so therefore the weightage for the verbal ability questions is the highest in IFT. And not just that, the verbal ability section of IFT, in my opinion, is one of the easiest sections as well. The questions are pretty simple and easily solvable, and typically, for example, out of 15-17 questions, it's very easy to get 11 to 13 correct, right, with minimal preparation. And with little bit of preparation, you can get almost all the 15 to 17 questions correct, right? Now, what are the type of questions that we have? Uh, the verbal ability section in IFT has a very wide variety of questions. Unlike CAT, which has quite fixed type of questions, the verbal ability. So CAT verbal ability consists of para jumbles, it consists of paragraph summarization, it consists of sentence correction. These are the main types, and typically it does not deviate from there most of the times. But in IFT, we have questions such as analogy questions, where you're supposed to find out the analogy of word pairs. You have word root or idiom based questions, where you're trying to understand the meaning of words. You try to find out the root or which language they're from, or you try to understand idioms and phrases. Then you have error spotting, where you have to find out errors in the sentence. Now, this error can be with respect to punctuation as well, not just for sentence grammatical uh, grammar structure. Then we have fill in the blanks, of course, which we know it's quite common. Then we have spelling based questions, where again you're asked to understand, find out the correct spelling of words that have been intentionally misspelled. Then you have match the column questions, which we'll of course address. Then we have sentence completion, which is quite similar to fill in the blanks, but you are trying to complete an entire sentence. So it's you have to fill in entire ideas there, not just one word. And then of course you have the para jumbles, seems to be a common concept across all the MBA exams that we have seen. So these are the most common exam types that have been seen over the last few years. And by all means, this is by no means an exhaustive list, because other types of questions can come in. But by and large, these type of questions have been noticed as the questions of the last 2-3 years worth of papers, right? Now let's start with this example. This is a question that came in this November 2019 paper, this last paper. Here they were given a crossword. So you can see there is a crossword at the bottom of the screen. They've been given clues. So for example, the clue says that the across A. Now, so when we say across A, it means that typically we're referring to, one minute, I'll just highlight. So we're referring to this particular A, sorry, this A, across A in the in the crossword. So the clue for that is producing tears. Now we have to use words from uh, this list of words, which means producing tears, and we have to fill it in this blank. Similarly, B across is mocking. So in this blank, we have to find word from this passage, which means mocking. Then A down, this one means unpredictable. And for B down, meaning this one, we have to find the word that means resembling a caveman. Now, because we have been given options where for each of the blanks, they've tried to uh, they've given options. Now we have to select the right answer here. Now, of course, for most people, of course, there are some people who might know all these words, but for most people, many of these words might seem to be quite difficult, might seem like words that they do not know, but there might be few words which are commonly known, which can vary from person to person. So I'll take my case. In my case, I know what does boisterous mean. I know what does sardonic mean. I know what does quixotic mean. I know what does troglodytic mean. I know what does evanescent mean. I know what does tendentious mean. I know what is scrupulous. I know loquacious. I know vociferous. I know vicissitude. I know capricious. Now I know roughly slightly less than half the words that are given in the list. Now, I'll try to see if even one of the words that I know, if it fits in with the clues here. Now, in this case, I know that B down, which is resembling a caveman, is similar to the word called troglodytic, right? Now, this I'm sure because I know troglodyte typically refers to means to uncouth behavior or unpolished behavior, or something resembling a caveman, someone who's not that polished or developed. And since I know one option here, okay, I'll see which of these answer options has B with XV1 as the option. Now one has B down. So B down as XV1. Okay. 2 also has B down as XV1, and 3 down B down has X, and 4 B down has V1. So we can eliminate 3 and 4. Now I have to shortlist between 1 and 2 only, right? Now I'll see if I can find any other word which I can understand the meaning of, right? Now let's see what other uh, commonalities that we can find. Okay, so let's see. B across, which talks about mocking. In the first option it's 3 and the second option is 4. So 3 is obdurate and fourth is sardonic. Okay. Now in this case, I know for a fact that maybe sardonic seems more similar to mocking, right? And also similarly, I'll also see the other options. Now I'll of course think that second option is probably the correct answer here, but I'll look at the other clues as well. A down is unpredictable. Okay, so in first option case it makes sense as it has been given as XV, which is capricious, and oh, for both of them it is capricious, so again we cannot use that to shortlist the answer. Now 2A across, which is producing tears, first one is 2, second one is V11, sorry 7. So 2 is evanescent, and sorry, first one is evanescent and the second one is lachrymose. Now in this case I know what does evanescent mean, and I know that it does not mean producing tears. So in this case, by simple elimination, then we know that one A across cannot fit here. So for second to A across would be by elimination the correct answer. So therefore second becomes the right answer here. Now in this case, in these kind of questions, it, like I said, typically a good vocabulary is going to be the key to solving these kind of questions. Now in that case, I would strongly urge you to look at word lists that are there for your GRE prep. They typically have a list of difficult words like these where you understand their meaning. So I would strongly urge you to Google GRE word lists and go through them and start preparing. If your vocabulary is not that good already, right? There is no other way to address these questions other than building up your vocabulary. So these are these list of words which have slightly less common usage but are which are very interesting meanings. Like if you see quixotic, it typically means someone who is who's not idealistic, right? So this is not a common word, but it is surprisingly very uh, well-known word despite not being commonly used. So there is a list of words that you need to understand, and that can only come through either going through lists or by already having read so many books that your vocabulary is well developed, right? So let's jump to the second question. Now this second question was again based on the same uh, list of words that we have been given, right? So here second question says, below given A and B, explain meaning or synonym of two words from the above table. Identify the correct matching option of the choices given below. So basically we have given, so A, we have to look for a word that means idealistic but impractical, and B, which means extremely thorough. So basically for A, we have to find which of the options from the table would be a best match, and similarly we have to find word from the table that would mean what B says, and we have to match the options. Now let's look at the answer options here. In this case, as I said, uh, idealistic but impractical, I know means quixotic. So I know A would be X111, right? In this case, two of the options, second and third, have X111 for A. Okay, so we have shortlisted our answer to 2 and 3. 1 and 4 can be eliminated because option A is not matching with the answer that we know. Now, if we look at B, B means extremely thorough. Let's look at the answer option that we've been given. B is X, for second one it is XV111, that is obsequious, and for third it is V111, meaning number 8. So that means scrupulous. Now we know what is unscrupulous. Unscrupulous is someone who has no ethics, no morals, who's not very particular about things. So the opposite of that should be scrupulous, someone who follows rules, someone who's very thorough. So scrupulous would probably be a better option here, right? So for out of 2 and 3, in that case 3 becomes the right answer. Okay. Now again, third question as well based on this table. Okay, similar to the second question, we have been given uh, an option A where the meaning of a word has been given and to match it with the word from the table. And similarly, B also has been given a word and we have to match it from the table. Now, A means a change of fortune and B means unruly. Okay, so let's see. Change of fortune, unruly. Now we know for a fact we have seen the first word, boisterous, someone who's extra energetic and very um, rough. Okay, so boisterous we know for a fact can mean unruly. Okay, now in that case we quickly look at which of the answer options has for B number one. Okay, not this one, but this one seems to have it, right? Let's see third is B is 9, fourth one B is 11. So here just on the basis of B I can quickly select option number 2 as the right answer. Now of course this, as I've already mentioned, will repeat it again, this method work for me because my vocabulary already is well developed where I know some of these words, so that is why I can select these options easily. So of course for many of you, many of these words or probably all of these words might seem very difficult and might seem the words that you cannot understand. So for that, like I said, two ways that you can improve this. One is that you start going through vocabulary lists and learn and remember words, or you improve your reading. So read as many books as you can, read as many newspapers as you can for the next 6 7 months. So you should be reading at least for 3 4 hours a day. That's the only way you can improve your vocabulary. There's no other way other than this to address these kind of questions, right? Then yeah, now if you remember, we have mentioned that there are analogous questions that are there in IFT. So this is an example of that. Now we have two words that have been given. One is dilate, the other one is contract. Now, what is dilate and contract? I think for those of you who have studied about the eyes and the retina in our science classes in 10th standard, you would remember that our pupils dilate and our pupils contract. So we know dilate means to open up and contract means to shrink. Okay. Now we have to find an analogy that means similar to this pair. Okay. Now let's start with the first one. We have wax and wane. Now again, this is something that we have studied with respect to the movements of the moon. If you remember, the moon waxes and the moon wanes. So it refers to the appearance of the moon. So full moon, so we can say that the moon is waning or the moon is waxing. It means that the moon is increasing in size or it is decreasing in size. Now that seems to be quite similar to what is being discussed here. Okay, but nonetheless we'll just check the other options to make sure that we're on the right page. So the B talks about hawk and pawn. We know pawn means to lend. Okay, now lend can in no way, when pawn means when you're giving up your possessions in return for some money. So obviously that cannot be part of an analogy when we're talking about increasing and decreasing in size. So we can clearly eliminate B, right? Then we have scribble and write. Scribble is basically writing quickly and untidy manner, and writing is just normally writing. Okay. So again, it's now wax and contract are basically opposites, right? Scribble and write are not opposites. Okay. Scribble and write are basically the same thing. Then so we can eliminate C as well. Then we look at D, which says contaminate and spread. Contaminate means to infect. When you are it basically means spreading something, because when you contaminate something, you're spreading something which should not be there. So if I'm contaminating this room with dirt, that means I'm spreading dirt here where dirt should not be there. So contaminant and dirt basically mean the same thing. They're not opposites, they're not different, they're the same thing here. So uh, which is different from the analogy that is given in the word pair of dilate and contract. So therefore, by elimination as well as by logical reasoning, wax and wane become the right answer. Okay. Then we have a fill in the blank. Now this question specifically says that fill in the blank with appropriate preposition given in the options. Now this is a quite simple sentence. It says the peasant refused to grovel dash the feet of his master. Now we have four options. We can quickly try to fill the four options, see which of them best suits this one. The peasant refers to grovel on the feet of his master. Is he going to be sitting on the feet of the master, like literally physically sitting on the feet and grovel? No, nobody does that. So we can clearly eliminate on. Then we have by. Does he do you grovel by the feet? Do you grovel beside, like on the beside the feet? No, right? Then you have upon. Again, similar to the first option. Will you grovel upon the feet? Then D says you grovel at the feet. So when you bow at someone's feet, when you get down at someone's feet, when you grovel at the feet, so you are groveling at the region where the feet is, right in front of it. So at the feet. You don't grovel on it or by it. You're groveling at the feet. So here clearly D becomes the right answer. So D is the correct preposition for this particular blank, right? Now this is an example of matching the columns that we have that I had already mentioned in the starting. Now we have been given a column on the left side where we have options A, B, C, D, E. So option A is schism, B is torsion, C is zephyr, D is palliative, E is intrepid. And then we have other side of the column where we have options 1 which says mollifying, placating, placebo, sop. 2 is a gentle wind. 3 is twisting or turning. 4 is courageous. 5 is split. So basically we've been given two columns. One is the left side column is with words and the right side column is with the definition. So now we have to match correctly the words with their meaning or their definition. Okay. Now again, as I mentioned, in this case there might be some words that you might not be aware of. Okay, but there might be few words that you might be aware of. So it's first you should try to do is try to match the words that you know. So in my case, I know what does torsion mean. It is something that we have studied in physics. Okay, torsion is when you're twisting things in opposite direction. So these are torsion forces. It's a physics based term, and that is something that I think most of us, especially those of us who are engineers or those who have studied science in our school days, we would remember what is torsion. Okay, so in this case I clearly know that B should be matched with 3. So torsion is twisting or turning of something, especially when one end of something while the other end is held fixed, right? So it refers to turning forces. So we know B is 3, and now I will look at which of the options has B with 3. First one has B as 2, second one has B with 3. Okay, 3 has B with 4, 4 has B with 5. Now in this case, of course, it was quite simple because luckily there was only one option which had the correct match with this. Okay, and also I was lucky that I knew this word. Okay, another way, like I said, for some of you maybe zephyr would be a known word. For some of you, a palliative would be the first word that you know. So whenever, if there's even one word that you're sure of the meaning, I would strongly suggest that instead of breaking your head on the other words, quickly look at the options and see which answer option matches has that correct pairing that you have discovered. So in my case, because I knew torsion B should be with 3, twisting or turning, so I quickly search for options which has B and 3, and that because there's only one option with B3, my answer option is clear cut here. I know with certainty that second would be the correct answer here. Okay, now this is a identify the correct sentence kind of question. In this, you are given questions which are very similar in their structures, and you have to select the grammatically correct option. Okay, so let's look at the sentences here. It says when fishing, you can always tell when you lose a fish because the line feels loose. So if you see the difference between sentences, that lose, 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 and here lose, 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 lose. Now, what is the difference between these two words? LOOSE refers to the physical act of something feeling not tight fitting. It is very uh, ill fitting, or that loose. On the other hand, the loose with a single O means when you misplace something. Okay, when you misplace something and you don't get it back. So in this case, because the second part of the sentence talks about the line the fishing line feeling not so tight. And the first half of the sentence talks about misplacing a fish. So therefore, in the first part of the sentence, the it should be the LO, lose with a single O, and the second part of the sentence should be the lose with a double O. So here, the first option fits that correctly, because if you see in this one, the first half has the double O, and the second part has a single O, which is the opposite. In this case, both have double O, which is incorrect, and in fourth, both have single O, which is also incorrect. So therefore, clearly, first option is the correct option here. So as you can see so far, from the examples, these are all questions from the 2019 IIFT paper. The verbal ability questions are relatively quite simple when you compare them with the questions of CAT and ZAT, right? Now, next question. Choose the option that best describes the meaning of each of the following idioms and phrases. To flog a dead horse. Now, in this case, if you remember, I mentioned that they ask you meanings of idioms and phrases. So this now in this case, you've been given an idiom and you have to understand the meaning. Now, this is a common one, to flog a dead horse. So basically, it means to keep on doing something that will not give you any results. So when they say what it means, that there's a dead horse and you're still whipping. Flogging means to whip, right? So typically, you whip a horse when you want it to run, correct? So if you're whipping a dead horse, then of course it serves no purpose, because the horse is dead and it is not going to be able to run or do the things that you expect it to do. So similarly, if you look at the options here, to do things in to do a thing in vain, it kind of makes sense, right? Because you're whipping a dead horse and you're expecting it to run, because earlier when you used to whip it, it used to run. So you feel that now if I whip it, it'll run, but that's not going to happen. You're doing the action in vain without any expected outcome. Then B says to act in a foolish way. Kind of similar, but A still seems to be more apt. C says to criticize strongly. That clearly seems to be a different meaning than what the phrase should be. D, to try to revive interest in a subject that is out of date. Again, this is into a different tangent altogether. So we can clearly say that C and D are not the meaning. Out of A and B, that when you're doing something repeatedly without, without the outcome going to come to you, without uh, when you know that the outcome is not going to happen, right? So that is, you flog a dead horse. So example sentence would be, uh, trying to study for an exam after you have given the exam is akin to flogging a dead horse. In this case, if you study after the exam is over, then it's not going to benefit you in any way, because you're doing something in vain. You're studying in vain, and it's not going to give you improve your marks, because the exam is already over. So clearly, A would be the right answer here. Correct. Now, another similar question. Now, in this case, it's given a Latin phrase called anti-meridiem. So, for those of you who know, anti-meridiem is basically what we use when we say the time. When we say 12 a.m. or 2 a.m., that is, the a.m. stands for anti-meridiem. Correct. Now, what is 12 a.m. and what is 1 a.m.? So, from night 12 o'clock till morning or afternoon 12 o'clock is called AM, and then from afternoon 12 to night 12 is called PM. So 2 p.m. means 2 o'clock in the afternoon, while 2 a.m. means 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, right? So we know what time of the day anti-meridiem refers to. So in this case, which option would be a match? Clearly A, which says between midnight and noon. That is why. So if you say 4 a.m., it means 4 hours between midnight and noon. Correct? So it cannot mean an old mother or a great. It doesn't refer to a mother at all. A is clearly the right answer here. Now, anti-meridiem, I'm sure many of us would have read, like how we study AM, PM, or we study 100 BC, 500 AD. It's before Christ and after death of Christ. So these are common phrases that are used to refer to a frame of reference of time. Okay, so I'm assuming and hoping that most of you would already be familiar with this, right? Now we come to fill in the blanks. Okay, we have given the blanks with appropriate words given in the option. So we have Sunita's dash in athletics yielded rich dash. So let's look at the first blank. Let's see which of these options fits here. Sunita's performance in athletics that kind of fits here. Okay, so let's look at B. Sunita's excellence in athletics. That also makes sense because she seems to have excelled in it. B says Sunita's won in athletics. Now this is incorrect. One talks about a past tense. This clearly talks about something that is more recent. So it would have been Sunita's win. Okay, she because the fact that she is winning, her winning in athletics, Sunita's win in athletics. Okay, that would have been correct, but one is incorrect here. Sunita's failure. Now, this sentence says that she got a scholarship. So, obviously, it stands to reason that a failure in athletics would not have given her a scholarship. So, we can straight away eliminate options A and C. So, we're left with, we can eliminate options C and D, and we're left with A and B. Now, let's see out of A and B which is more apt here. So, let's try to fit in option A. Sunita's performance in athletics yielded rich money. You can't have rich money. Money is not rich. Okay, that sentence does not make sense. You can uh, it could now if it had said that Sunita's performance in athletics yielded a lot of money as she got a scholarship, that would have made sense. But rich money, it doesn't make sense. B says Sunita's excellence in athletics yielded rich dividends. This kind of makes sense because it means that she got, when you say rich dividends, that means you go it's a phrase that means you got a lot of return on something that you did. Okay, so the fact that she excelled there meant that she got a lot of return. What return did she get? She got a scholarship, so that was the rich dividend that she got. So out of A and B, in this, because of the second blank, only B fits here, so B would be the correct answer here, right? Okay. Now again we have a fill in the blank type of question. It says in dash of international matters, there is always an element of risk in dash one might do. Okay. Now let's try to fill in the first blank and see which of them fits here. Oh, one moment, guys. Sorry. So yes, option number one is case. In case of international matters, okay, there is always an element of risk in whatever one might do. Okay. Now that fits here because in case of, so when you're referring to international matters, so specific focus on this particular case. Okay. B says in spite of international matters, there's always an element of risk in whatever one might do. Okay. Now it says in spite. So when you say in spite of something, so you're saying that despite. So that's saying like no big, despite something being present, something will happen. So it says that regardless of something, this happens. That's when in spite happens. So when we now, so that doesn't make sense and logically, well, grammatically it might fit here. Logically, that sentence does not make sense. You say that in spite, so you're saying despite international matters there is a risk, or we're saying that if we're focusing on international, that there's an element of risk involved. Sentence, if you see, there's a sentence number one say that in this particular matter, international matters, in this particular thing, there's a risk of element. There's an element of risk in our actions. Well, B says that despite international matters, that doesn't make sense. That despite international matters, the risk of one will do. How is that connected? There's no logical structure to this particular sentence, right? Now, so we can clearly eliminate option number two. 3 says in many of international matters there is always an element of risk in doing one might do. Now the second blank does not make grammatical sense. It says there is always an element of risk in doing one might do. Doing what? It's an incomplete sentence. So we can clearly eliminate option number 3. 4 says in spite of international matters there is always an element of risk in whichever one might do. Again, this makes no grammatical sense. So we can eliminate option numbers 2, 3 and 4. And what are we left with? Option number 1. So in case of international matters, there is always an element of risk in whatever one might do. That makes logical sense and that makes grammatical sense as well. That when we're talking about international matters, that yes, there is an element of risk in your actions, right? So it makes sense. So pretty straightforward. Now we have four sentences. Each question comprises four sentences, A, B, C, and D. Arrange the sentences in a correct and meaningful order. So this is basically similar to the para jumbles that we have in our other management exams. Okay. Now let's look at option number. If you see, let's look at the options here. We have option A, B, B, A. So we can, so it clearly stands to reason that we can say with reasonable certainty that it will either begin with option A or option B. Okay. Now let's look at option A and B, see which is more apt when it comes to starting a sentence. A says particular finger positions or gestures of the hand, common to their age and civilizations, delivered a message that was instantly recognized by those who understood the symbolism. Okay. Now, A seems to be talking about finger positions and gestures of the hand. But in what context these gestures or hand positions, finger positions are being talked about, we do not know. So A seems to be a not, there can't be a sentence where you can start a passage with, because A seems to be a continuation of a particular some point. Let's look at B. B says, since ancient times, hands have been used in cave paintings, drawing, sculpture, and fine art as symbols of communication. Now, this gives us context. We are talking about cave paintings and drawings and sculptures from olden times, and the usage of hands in these things, or the depictions of hands in these particular crafts. So, sort of A and B. B is the more suitable option for starting of a sentence. So we can eliminate this and we can eliminate this. We're left with options 2 and 3. Now, one interesting thing that you can notice that it's option 2 is BADC while option 3 is BDAC. So that means we know for certainty that C is the last sentence, and that we have to say, only thing we have to decide is whether A should come before D or D should come before A. So let's look at option number D. We've already seen option number A. Let's look at D. Ancient Egyptian and ancient Egyptian and Semitic art, for example, depicted celestial power by a hand painted in the sky. Okay. Now now if you see, now let's look at option number B. Says it talks about ancient times, about hands being depicted. Okay. Option A talks about finger positions and gesture of the hands. Okay, it starts with that, and then it goes to talking about the message that was given by these symbols. D talks about ancient art and the meaning of the particular hand. So it says that hand painted in the sky meant celestial power. So this option number D is talking about the second, is a continuation of option number A, because second part of option A talks about messages that were delivered by these symbolism on these paintings of using hand, and D gives an example of that particular instance. So clearly D has to come after A, right? So because we know that D has to come after A, which is the only option left, only option there with that particular arrangement. Second, BADC, right? So we talk, sentence B says, since ancient times hands have been used in paintings as symbols. Then A says that particular hand positions or gestures of the hand common to their delivered a message that was instantly recognized by those who understood the symbolism. Okay. Then D talks about that ancient Egyptian and Semitic art, for example, depicted celestial power. So when they used to paint a hand in the sky, it used to mean celestial power. And then C says European religious paintings represented the Holy Trinity by the extended thumb. So A talks about symbolism of painting, and D gives an example of Egyptian Semitic art of how they represented, and then C gives an example of European paintings of how they represented. Okay, so clearly it stands to reason that BADC is the correct option here. Okay. Now again, this is also a sentence rearrangement question from the 2019 active paper. Let's look at the options, see if we can get any clues from here. Here we have B, C, D, A. So of course that's of no help here, because all the options seem to be starting differently. So let's look at the sentence themselves and see if we can find any sort of a clue. Okay. See, A says the commission also wants. So since A seems to be continuation of a particular sentence, A cannot be the starting option here. B says a shake-up of the law governing the industry. Okay. Now it says the industry. Do we know which industry we are talking about here? So when it says the industry, it stands to reason that the previous sentence would have already specified which industry is being talked about. So B also seems to be a continuation of a sentence. C says plans were introduced by the European Commission that should lead to greater competition in the vehicle insurance market. Now C, if you see, no, option number C talks about an idea. It introduces an idea without having to refer to anything else. So C seems to be a standalone sentence and it seems to be a good option for starting the paragraph. Okay, but let's look at D as well. D says it should mean that companies. So when D starts with it, so again it starts to reason that D seems to be referring some other sentence. So D cannot be the right answer here. So again, so by elimination and by logical reasoning, C has to be the correct starting sentence. Now, if you've seen the options here, only C, option number 2 had C as a starting sentence. So we can clearly say that option number 2 is the right answer here. But let's look and read the paragraph in this manner as well to verify whether we've marked the correct answer or not. C says plans were announced by the European Commission that should lead to greater competition in the vehicle insurance market. Then B, a shake-up of the law, okay, governing the industry. So since B talks about the industry and C talks about the vehicle insurance market, we know which industry it's talking about. Across Europe will make it far easier for individuals to switch insurance companies. Then D, it should mean that companies are no longer able to restrict the length of time motorists may keep their vehicles in new states other than the ones in which they're registered. A, the commission also wants insurers to be legally bound to provide compulsory cover for pedestrians and cyclists involved in accidents with cars. So you can see that it has a logical flow where we talk about the law that is being introduced, what will it lead to, how will it lead to, and then there's a postscript in option number A about what else is being done. So clearly option number 2 CBDA is the correct ordering of sentences here, right? Now this is a question that came in the 2017 IIFT paper 2 years back, right? 3 years back, sorry. So it says read the sentences below and identify the nature of the phrase or clause used in the underlined sentence of the sentence. Now we are talking about this sentence is he failed in spite of his best efforts, right? Now we have to underline what is whether this is a phrase or clause and what type. So we have adjective phrase, adverb phrase, noun phrase, or adverb phrase. Now it says in spite of his best efforts. Okay, so it's clearly a phrase. Okay, so we can eliminate option number D. Now we're talking in spite of his best efforts. Okay, so best efforts is something that is related to his best efforts, which is a verb. So when we're talking about in spite of his best efforts, it means that we're talking about an adverb. Okay, this is an adverbial phrase. Adjective, no. An adjective is something which talks as a description. So adjective would be, he had done hard work, right? So the hard part, what kind of work? Hard work. So that adjective would have been accurate in that case. But we're talking in spite of the best efforts. We're talking about description of the verbs. So I think it's something an action related to his to the verb part of the sentence. So it would be an adverb phrase. Okay. So here clearly B has to be the right answer. Okay. Right. Now this is also another question from the 2017 paper where you had to insert commas in the sentence. Okay. Now as I mentioned, sentence correction in IFT can involve even punctuation, not just correction of words in the grammatical structure. Okay. Now let's look at the sentence. In the old Persian stories, Turan, the land of darkness, is opposed to Iran in the land of light. Now in this case, we have three parts of the if you sentence. What is a comma? A comma provides a brief break where it divides the sentences into parts. Now, what are the parts of the sentence here? Okay, we have talking about where in the Persian old Persian stories. Then we have the name of the place Turan. What is this Turan? It's a land of darkness, and it is opposed to name Iran. And what is Iran? it is in the land of light. So the first part of the sentence in the old Persian stories, we need to have a comma after stories. So which of the options have a comma after stories? We have in B, C, and D. Okay. Then we need to have a comma after Turan because we are focusing on the name that is being mentioned here, and then we are giving a description of that name. So there has to be a comma after Turan. Okay. So let's see stories, and out of B and C only B and C have a comma after stories as well as Turan. Okay. It says the land of darkness. Okay. Is darkness is opposed. Okay. Okay. So it says the land of darkness. So when we're talking about a description, this is the entire description about Turan. Okay. So we when we put a comma before and after the description, it sort of acts as a definition. So what is Turan? So when you say Turan, comma, the land of darkness, comma. So we are sort of giving an information between these two commas about Turan. Okay. So we need to have a comma after darkness as well. Both B and C have a comma after darkness. Is opposed to Iran. Now we need to have a comma after Iran. So because we're talking about next part, it says it's opposed to who? It's opposed to Iran. So we should have a comma after Iran. So yes. Now option B say there should be a question after there should be a comma after opposed. So that doesn't make sense. If you say Turan, the land of darkness, is opposed to Iran in the land of light. No. Is opposed to Iran in the land of light. So B cannot be the right answer because it puts a comma after opposed as well. Well, this part of the sentence should be one whole piece. Is opposed to Iran. So we can eliminate B and thus we come to C as the correct option here. Okay, so C is the correct option here. So we'll have a comma after in the old Persian stories, comma Turan, comma the land of darkness, comma is opposed to Iran, comma in the land of light. Okay, so C is the correct answer here. Okay, now again in this like the previous question, we have to identify the words where we have to place the comma. The only difference is that was just a small sentence and this is a long, this is sort of a paragraph. Okay, so let's see what the paragraph is. A letter from a young lady written in most passionate terms wherein she laments the misfortune of a gentleman her lover who was lately wounded in a duel has turned my thoughts to that subject and inclined me to examine into the causes which precipitate men into so fatal a folly. Now we are talking now again, let's see where we can break down the sentence into meaningful parts. Now if we say a letter, that's just too incomplete. We need to what where is the letter from? So it says a letter from a young lady. Okay, now that makes sense. Okay, a letter from a young lady, there should be a comma here. Okay, because that's one part of information. So let's see which option has a comma after lady. B, C, D have comma after lady. So B, C, D, we can eliminate A right here. Written in the most passionate terms. Okay, so we're again one information that the letter was written in very passionate terms. Okay, so there should be a comma after terms. So which options have comma after terms? All three have. So B, C, D are still correct. Wherein she laments the misfortune of a gentleman. Okay, now in this case what is that, what are the terms talking about? The terms basically what is in the passion the letter about? She's lamenting the misfortune of a gentleman, so that's another information. So there should be a comma after gentleman, because if you don't put a comma, it says of a gentleman her lover, then it has to be a gentleman comma her lover comma, basically describing who is a gentleman, her lover. So there has to be a comma after gentleman and her lover. So we have out of B, C, D, only B and C have a comma after gentleman as well as lover. So comma here and comma here. So B and C are the only options left. Now let's see. Who was lately wounded in a duel? Okay. So we have this information. Who was wounded? This gentleman who was a lover was wounded in a duel. That's information. So that's one part of the information that's been known. So there has to be a comma after duel as well. So which option has comma after duel? Out of B and C, only B has a comma after duel. So B is the correct answer. Okay. Let's look at what C says. C says, who has lately wounded in a duel has turned my thoughts to that subject and inclined me to examine into the causes, comma, which precipitate men into so fatal a folly. Okay. Now, if we look at B, it says, who was lately wounded in a duel, comma, has turned my thoughts to that subject and inclined me to examine the causes. Now, this, if you see this part of the sentence, is one information because it talks about, uh, see, after the and, if you see after the and, this thing has inclined the author to examine the causes which precipitate men into fatal folly. So that's one information. But if you put a comma after causes, it says inclined the author to examine into the causes. Causes for what? The causes which precipitate men into so fatal a folly. So this part should not have a comma. It should be one continuous sentence. So by elimination by logical reasoning, C cannot be the right answer. So therefore, what are we left with? Option number B. B is the correct answer here. Okay. Now again, this is a match the column question from the 2017 paper. Okay, so you have been so the left side of the column, sorry, talks about the prefix or a suffix that are commonly used in words, and the right side talks about the meanings of these prefix or suffixes, and you have to match both of them. Okay, now let's see what these suffixes are. So we first is Asian. So what is Asian? Let's see if you can think of any words that end with Asian. Uh, Constellation, transportation, uh, workstation. Okay. Now, in that case, it typically means, I think from that, let's see the meanings of this, see if we can understand. State or process of, position held, across, full of, both. Now, if you're talking about transportation, we're talking about transporting something. Okay, so does it transportation? It refers to the process of transporting something, correct? So from that we can see transportation would stand to reason. It would be the process of. Asian would mean process of. So transportation is the process of transporting something. Okay, so A would be one. Okay, so let's see which of the options have A with one. The first one has A1. The second one also has A1. Okay, so we have two possible options for now. Third one says A is fourth, so that cannot be the right answer here. Okay, then let's see if we can see any of the other ones. Trans. Trans means, if you see, very going to use trans as a word. Transsexual, we have transatlantic. Okay, so what is a transsexual? Okay, a transsexual typically is someone who is from both the genders. That's what a transsexual is. They have characteristics of both the genders, right? Or when they say transatlantic, okay, transatlantic expressway, so it is something that connects. So when countries have a transatlantic express, it means something that is covering both the countries. Okay, so trans typically means, so I would say both. I think out of, we have two. So two is position held, three is across, four is full of, and five is both. Okay. So trans, I guess, what would it mean here? Mm, let's see. We can, if we can say ship. Ship would be similar. What is ship? So when we say a kingship or a companionship or a leadership, so I think C would be, I think position held, right? Mm, okay. So similarly, so trans by that reason would be either across or both. So I think because transgender or transatlantic means, the transatlantic means across Atlantic Ocean, or transgender means across both the genders, right? So I think Atlantic would be across, and ship would mean with reference to position held. So when you say about companionship, somebody is holding the position of a companion, right? So we have A for 1, B for 3, and C for 2. So let's see which option matches that. A for 1, B for 3, C for. So yes, option number 1 seems to be a correct match here, right? ठीक है. Okay. Now follow the analogy between the pairs and capital and identify the most important. So in this case, again, we have to basically find the analogy similar to the words that have been given. So we've been given coffer and we've been given valuables. Basically, coffer is place where you store your valuables, right? A coffer full of money, right? So coffer is typically filled with valuables. Okay, so we have to see what is the relation between this word on the left being filled with the word on the right. Okay. Uh, so A says mountain avalanche. So mountain has an avalanche on top of it. Okay, so that cannot be the right analogy here. Uh, book and paper. So book is made out of paper. Okay, it is not filled with paper. You don't take a book and you start stuffing paper in it, right? You get, so you don't find, I mean, while you book is made out of paper, so it's not, while it is true that yes, you do find you do find paper in book, like how you find valuables in a coffer, but book is also made out of paper. So it is a not so sure answer for now. So let's keep B aside. A has been clearly eliminated. C says option 3 number says sea and waves. Again, see, you don't store waves and you don't find waves in the sea. You find wave sea makes waves. So waves are on top of the sea. Okay, so third option can be clearly eliminated. Fourth is sanctuary and refuge. So you do seek refuge in a sanctuary. Okay, same way you find refuge in a sanctuary, the same way you find valuables in a coffer. So out of B and D, D is a stronger option here. So we clearly would go with D here. Okay. So in coffer, you would find valuables or you would seek valuables in a coffer. Similarly, in sanctuary, you would find refuge or you would seek refuge in a sanctuary. Okay. So clear cut. Okay. Now, this is a very interesting question that again came in the 2017 paper. So basically, what you have to do is you have to create a word using all the letters that have been given in the jumbled letters and identify its appropriate meaning. So basically, you have to see what word you can find, you can form using the letters that have been given in the table. And you have to form a word and you have to see what is the meaning of that word. Okay, now this again requires having a good vocabulary, because if you have a good vocabulary, you'll be able to form the word. Otherwise, you'll never be able to form the words. So a lot of people struggle with these kind of questions if they don't have good vocabulary. So what is the word here? We have Teihrimc. Okay, sealed, isolated. Okay, I think in this case, heretimic would be the word here. Heretemic. Yes, heretimic. And heretimic typically means D, something that is sealed or isolated. So hermetic lifestyle or hermetic place is something that is sealed off or isolated from everything surrounding it, right? So I think that's quite straightforward. Okay, HERMETAC. Similar question. What again? You have to form a word and you have to identify its meaning. So in this case, you have LITUCEDAE. So I think it clearly means elucidate. So elucidate typically refers to when you're explaining something, right? So if you ask me to elucidate on a particular topic, you're asking me to explain and improve your knowledge on it. So when you're talking about explaining something, which of the words is most out of the option? Which word is the most similar in meaning to elucidate? Denounce can't be there. Denounce talks about giving up something. Sincere, no. Enlighten, yes. When you're enlightening someone, you're giving them information, right? So elucidate in its meaning would be most similar to C. So the correct answer here would be option number C, because the bracket would form the word elucidate. Okay. There. Again, this is a question from the 2017 paper. Let's read what it says. It says the passage below is accompanied by a number of questions. Sorry, I'm so sorry, guys. Passage below is accompanied by a number of questions. Okay, so if you see, okay, now if you see this particular passage, there are this one is marked as 34 This one has been marked as 35. Uh, so this one I'm guessing would be 36. My bad. Then you have this one is 37 and this one is 38. Okay. So let's see. So for 34, there's a question. So the sentence number 34, which is this, there's a question. Identify the best possible change in the underlined area. So in this case, we have to find which of the options, if you replace it here, would make grammatical sense. Let's see what the sentence is. Let's read the previous sentence as well. If you have been to an art museum, you know the basic layout. Long hallways and large rooms with paintings hung a few feet apart. You know how the paintings are by certain means are marked. So clearly this is incorrect. Okay, we're talking about the paintings are marked. So let's see what are the options. A is marked. So then the sentence, if we take option A in this place, it would become you know how the paintings are marked. That seems to be correct, but let's look at the other options. B says being marked in a way. So the sentence would be you know how the paintings are being marked in a way. Now that becomes unnecessarily complicated and ungaily kind of a sentence structure. So B does not seem like a good option, but let's see. C says by so means of marking. So the sentence would be you know how the paintings are by so means of marking. Again, like B, it becomes very complicated. A is simple to the point and grammatically correct. So here A would best be suited for replacing sentence that is marked as number 34 here. So for this one, option number A would have been the correct answer. Okay. Now for sentence number 35, where is 35? This one. Paintings all have that vividly new look. Okay. Identify the best possible change in the underlined area. Okay. So let's see whether there's an issue with the sentence. There's one thing, however, which you've definitely noticed even if you can't articulate it, particularly when looking at old paintings. Paintings all have that vividly new look. Okay. So we're basically talking about that when we look at old paintings, we're seeing that they have a new look. Okay. So we have to see which of these options would be best suited there. Okay, first one is A, no change. Obviously, no change. When you see this sentence does not make sense because it says particularly when looking at old paintings. Paintings all have that vividly new look, whether they painted 450. The point is, we're talking about this sentence finishes here, right? When you're talking about old paintings. So when this sentence starts with paintings, this sentence says paintings all have that look. Which paintings? There's no connector with respect to the previous sentence. Okay, so this sentence is clearly wrong and it needs to be changed, right? So A is not the right answer. There has to be a change to be that needs to be done. B says you've surely seen noticed how new all the paintings look, particularly when looking at old paintings. Okay, now the thing is there has to be a connection between the ending point of the previous sentence and the starting of this sentence. While this sentence, if you put option number B, it starts with you have surely noticed, the focus being on you, right? Well, the focus should be on the painting itself. So B cannot be the right answer. C says noticing the new look of all the paintings is something you can do. Okay. It says particularly when looking at old paintings, noticing the new look of all the paintings is something you can do, whether they were painted. So again, the focus point comes on noticing. Okay, when the focus should be on the painting, the starting focus of the sentence should be on the paintings themselves. So clearly we can eliminate option number C as well. Then we come to option number D. Option D says the paintings always strike you as very new looking. Okay, now option number D starts with a focus on the paintings that were talked about in the previous sentence. Which one? The old paintings. So when you say particularly when looking at old paintings, the paintings always strike you as very new looking. Which paintings strike you as new looking? The old paintings, the ones that you're looking at. Okay. So when you're looking at, so the sentence would read as particularly when looking at old paintings, the paintings always strike you as very new looking, whether they were painted in 1950 or 1450. Okay. So clearly option D is the best suited option in this case, right? Okay. Now when we're talking about 36, okay, sorry, this is 36. I'm sorry, remove that. Right. The history of painting is nearly as long as the history of mankind. Okay. The writer is considering deleting the underlined sentence. Should the sentence be kept or deleted? Okay. Now Okay, now this is a logical, we have to use a thought process and grammatical structure to see whether the sentence should be kept or deleted. Let's look at the options. Kept because it is useful in relation to the topic of this passage. Deleted because it restarts from the historical, restates the historical detail that is provided in later paragraph. Delete because it stays on the paragraph's major focus by introducing an irrelevant fact. And D, kept because it provides a humorous anecdote regarding the work of an restorers. Okay. D. So let's see the entire paragraph. The history of painting is nearly as long as the history of mankind. Okay. The incredible feat is the work. Uh, okay. Of highly specialized group. So what is the previous paragraph talking about? The previous paragraph talks about that even when the subject matter is older, the colors are vibrant and you're never forced to wonder exactly what the painting was. So the previous paragraph talks about how paintings which are old still look very new. Okay. Uh, and the thing is, when it talks about the second paragraph sentence talks about this, the incredible feat is the work of a highly specialized group. So the incredible feat that is being referred to here is this particular feat where they managed to make even old painting look very new. Okay, so clearly this sentence needs to be deleted. Okay, because this sentence should be a continuation of this one, of this particular passage. Okay, because it continues the same idea. So B and D delete we have to see, but which one we'll have to check. Deleted because it restates the historical data that is provided in a later paragraph, because it strays from paragraphs made from the. So out of B and C, C is the most suitable option because it is going away from the main focus. The main focus of this particular paragraph and this particular paragraph is how old paintings look quite new. Okay, and how they're restored by art restorers, and that's why they look, even the old paintings look new. But going and introducing a fact about that history of painting is as old as history of mankind is irrelevant, because you are going in, it's an irrelevant fact, especially when we're considering the topic that is being focused on. So it is going away from the major focus and it is introducing an irrelevant fact. So out of B and C, C becomes the better suited option here. Okay, so we can say clearly say C is the right option in this case. Okay, now it says 37. This is 37. When looking, identify the best possible change in the underlying area. Okay, so let's see what sentence is. Let's see the previous sentence. While the job of an art restorer may seem fairly straightforward, when looking, the job is in fact quite complicated. Okay, so let's see the what can be kept here at first glance. Okay, so while the job may seem fairly fair, at first glance, the job is quite complicated. Is in fact quite complicated. Okay, B says beholden. Beholden, the job is quite complicated. Under your gaze. So the point is that the job may seem to be straightforward, but it is actually quite complicated. So we're talking about that it something seeming to be some in a particular something seeming to be something, but when you examine it, it appears to be different. Okay. Now clearly, when you say when looking, the job is in fact complicated. So you're not looking at a job, you're examining, or you're see, looking refers to physical object. When you're looking, when looking, okay, that doesn't make sense here. So D cannot be the option here because there has to be some change here. This is not grammatically correct. When looking, the job is in fact quite complicated. When you said when examining, okay, that would have made sense, or when examined. So D cannot be the right answer. We have to change this sentence. Under your gaze, the job is in fact quite complicated. So that means that only under our gaze, only under when we are looking at it, the job seems complicated. But that is not the case. The job is anyways complicated. It's only that we discover it is complicated when we, examine it closely. So C is not the right answer. B talks about beholden, which is clearly going off topic. Beholden is when you owe someone a debt or something like that. So you're beholden to someone. So that is not the right answer. So we can clearly eliminate B as the correct answer here. Then we come to option number A. A says at first glance. So yes. So when you have the first look at it, when you're at your first glance on it, it would seem that the job is quite complicated, right? So by elimination and by logical reasoning, at first glance would stand to be the correct reason option here. So it says, at first glance, the job is in fact quite complicated. Sometimes, as in the case of Michelangelo's famous sculpture David, the cleaning and restoration, this is a simple matter. Okay, see. So at first glance, by elimination turns out to be the right answer in this particular uh, blank. Okay, okay. Then 38. 38 is this one. Okay. With most paintings, however, the process is a good deal. The question is, identify the best possible change in the underlying area. So we have to see which of these can be, what would best, how we can change this. Says first one is anyway. Anyway, the process is a good deal more involved because it is not necessary, just a matter of cleaning. So the sorry, the first part of the sentence is that the sentence part gives us information that with most paintings the process a good deal is more involved because it's not necessarily just, it is complicated, saying that for most paintings this process is complicated, so it gives us information. But if you put anyway, if you say that anyway the process is complicated, that removes the information where it says that for most paintings this is the case, and it is also implied that for some paintings it might not be as complicated, right? So anyway is the wrong option here because it seems to focus on, it seems to be removing an essential part of information that is given by the statement. Okay, so we can eliminate A. Then B says in this sense the process is, so again this B also removes an important part of information that says that with most paintings. Okay, see the importance of this underlined sentence is it quantifies that the process might be complicated, but for most paintings, not for some paintings it might not be as complicated. If you put option A anyway, if you put option B in this sense, or you put C alongside cleaning, that changes the meaning of the sentence. Okay, now we don't have to look for meaning of the sentence, we have to look whether we have to make any correction here or not. Okay, or if we can replace it. If we replace these with these options, they would change the meaning of this particular passage or the information given in this particular paragraph, and that is not what we want to do. We want to see if we can continue with the same meaning by replacing this underlined sentence with any of the options. But we can clearly see from the option that if we replace it with these options, that will change the meaning. It will A says anyway, B says in this sense, C says alongside cleaning. None of these options mention that the difficulty is for most paintings, not for all paintings. That's an important quantifier that gets eliminated. So none of these options are good options, and therefore option D, which says that there's no change, would be the correct option here, right? Right. So this way we had so this is another way of sentence correction where you're given a long passage and you are asked to your certain parts on the passage are highlighted and you're asked to correct them or not. So if you see in this particular passage, they're given 5 questions for specific parts of the entire passage. Okay, so that's a very unique way of sentence correction that IFT does sometimes. Now let's look at questions from the 2018 paper, which was last year. Sorry, 2 years back. Now you have to create a word using all the jumbled alphabets as provided in the table below and identify its appropriate meaning. Okay. Now in this case, basically, uh, again, as we've seen the earlier question here, one minute. So this question, similar to this, you have to see uh, the list of letters that have been given. You have to try to form a word from it, and uh, based on that, you have to try to understand the meaning. Now, in this case, what are the letters that have been given? O, U, A, L, I, C, S, Q, U, O. Okay. Uh, in this case, what word would be made here? Verbose, tacticum, rational, alluring. Mm, okay. L, O. So, something with loquacious. L, O, Q. Okay. So, in this case, the word that we can come up to is loquacious. L O Q U A C I O U S. Yes, loquacious. So what is loquacious? Loquacious is someone who is very talkative, right? Okay, so when you say politicians are loquacious, so that means somebody who's very talkative, related to a lot of words and speaking, and someone who's very verbose, right? Verbose also means the same thing. Somebody who's very uh, somebody who speaks a lot, somebody who easily is able to speak a lot. On the other hand, taciturn taciturn typically refers to something that is uh, understood, that is without being stated. Okay, so uh, for example, if you're when if somebody asks you whether you agree, if you are in their team and you don't say anything, so you can say that your silence is a tactic understanding of your being in my team. Okay, so something that is understood without being stated. When on the other hand, loquacious talks about somebody who's very verbally fluent. So taciturn cannot mean that. Rational, I think we all know. So rational clearly is not the meaning here. And alluring refers to something that something very attractive and something that draws you in, right? So again, out of all the options for loquacious, verbose would be the right option here, clearly. Oh, sorry. Okay. Now we have CBAREAM. Okay. Macabre. Okay. MACABR. Okay. No, macabre is something that is very disgusting. So when you see a horror movie, it had a very macabre ending. You'll say a horror movie had a macabre ending. Now, in that case, it can't be innocent, right? It can't be pleasing. A horror movie doesn't have an innocent or a pleasing ending. A macabre would typically stand to reason that it's a gruesome, something that is very gruesome, or something very disgusting or vile. So macabre would be disgusting or scary or horrifying, okay, or very grim. So gruesome would definitely be the best suited option here. So innocent and pleasing, of course, we all know, and we also have. Sorry, 1 minute. Okay, okay. So tanned, I'm not sure what it means, but out of macabre, gruesome seems to be the most closest option here in terms of the definition. Okay, so macabre. Now we have to find. This is a simple fill in the blanks kind of a question. Okay, basically you have to fill in the options here. Despite being the dash partner in the relationship, the franchisor does not always have all the dash. Now, so we are talking about comparison, that despite there being some kind of a partner, the franchise does not have all the dash. So if you're saying despite being the sincere partner, the franchisor does not have all the limitations. So there has to be an opposite inferences from the first of the sentence and the second of the sentence. If you say despite being sincere, they do not have all the limitations, that's a good thing, right? They do not have all the limitations, that means they have lesser limitations. The point is it's saying that despite the limitations. So it means that despite being something, they do not have the second part. So despite being the sincere partner, if they do not have all the limitations, that's a good thing, not the negative connotation that is implied by the sentence. Okay. If the sentence had said that despite being the sincere partner, the franchisor has all the limitations, then it would have been a correct, logically correct sentence. But it says the franchisor does not have all the limitations, right? B says, despite being the authoritative partner in the relationship, the franchisor does not always have all the legalities. Okay. Now, again, that makes no grammatical sense. The franchisor does not have all the legalities. Why would the authoritative partner have a legality? Okay, legalities refer to something, legalities of a case refers to all the legal based issues of a case. Okay, so grammatically, the sentence is not, with second option, it does not seem to be making much of a sense. Okay. C says, despite being the dominant partner in a relationship, the franchisor does not have all the advantages. That makes sense. That while they're the dominant partner, they're still not having all the advantages. So that makes logical as well as grammatical sense. But let's look at the last one. Despite being the active partner, the franchisor does not always have all the losses. Now, again, the point is, should the active partner have the losses?
I think losses typically should be are shared between all the partners equally. On the other hand, so D does not make logical sense, but C would say that the dominant partner should have advantages. That makes logical sense. That a dominant partner should have all the advantages. See, advantage or in terms of the power should be with the dominant partner relationship. On the other hand, the losses that are there in relationship typically are shared equally based on the money that they've invested. So out of C and D, I would say that C seems to be more apt here because you're talking about a dominant partner. Okay, so when you even if you say option, if you take the first blank, you can't have uh, what there's no active partner. There's no active and inactive partner. Both the partners are active. So D anyways could have been eliminated from this blank. On the other hand, from out of A, B, and C, in A, B, C, all the first blanks, sincere partner or authoritative partner or dominant partner, that makes the option fits it correctly. But out of all the three, if you see in terms of the meaning that is implied here, right, that despite being some kind of partner, the franchisor does not seem to have something. So when you say all the options, when you're saying the despite being sincere does not have the limitation, which is opposite of the intended message of this sentence, that they're not getting something, while with option A they are getting a benefit. Okay, so A is eliminated. B says that authoritative and legalities does not make sense, while C, when they saying that the dominant partner does not have the advantages, that makes logical sense as well as grammatical sense. So you're the dominant partner who does not have all the advantages. So C would be the correct answer here. Okay, then select the most appropriate pair of words from the given options to meaningfully complete sentences. So similar to the previous one, we have to fill in the blanks here. With large classes, it is difficult for teachers to dash regular type essay questions for homework because dash long answers would take too much time. Okay, so let's just try to fill in the options here. Which large classes, it is difficult for teachers to consider regular essay questions for homework because writing long answers would take too much time. That makes grammatical sense. Plus, it makes logical sense that teachers cannot consider regular essay type questions for homework because the for the students to write the long answers takes too much of time. So, option one seems to be a logically and grammatically correct option here. But let's look at the other options. Revalue concise. With large classes, it is difficult for teachers to revalue. What is revalue regular type essay questions? Revalue is when you are assessing the value of an object that you're trying to sell and you feel it is incorrect and you revalue it again. Okay. So when you're talking revalue cannot make sense because you're talking about homework questions. You're not going to be valuing and pricing them for selling them off, right? So B can be clearly eliminated here. C says with large classes, it is difficult for teachers to pursue regular type essay questions for homework because feeling long answers would take too much of time. Do students have to feel the long answers? When you give a homework, students don't have to feel the long answers, right? So second option for C, the second blank would make no logical sense, so C can be eliminated. D says with large classes, it is difficult for teachers to handle regular life questions for homework because weighing the long answers would take too much time. Are they going to be weighing the answers? Weighing is something that you do with your vegetables or with objects. Are they going to be weighing the answers? Right? It's not a vegetable to be weighed, right? So clearly B, C, D can be eliminated, right? Therefore, A by elimination as well as by logical reasoning stands to be the correct answer. So it is difficult for teachers to consider giving these kind of long essay questions for homework because writing these answers will take too much of time. That is the concern. So it makes sense and clearly A is the right answer here. Okay. Then again we have fill in the blanks here and patriotism is the last refuge of the scoundrel, says Johnson. In the modern world where the cunning, selfish people and the hard-working, conscientious people dash, the quotation holds good. Okay. Now, let's try to fill in all the options here. Patriotism is the last refuge of the scoundrel, says Johnson. Okay. In the modern world where the cunning people dash, so we're saying that that something the cunning people do and the hard-working people do something dash. Okay. So it says let's try the first one. In a world where the cunning people dominate, and the hardworking people suppress. So we're talking about opposites. So we're clearly talking about a comparison that the cunning people, something for them, and something that is describing for the hardworking people have to be opposites, right? So when you're talking about dominate and suppress, so if we say that the hardworking conscientious people are suppressing, they're not doing that. The hardworking people are different from the cunning people, cunning selfish people, right? So if the cunning people are dominating and the hardworking people are suppressing, that doesn't make sense, right? So A does not logically make seem to be a right answer. B says where the cunning people thrive and the hardworking people suffer. That makes sense. So the cunning people seem to be thriving and doing well, while the hardworking people seem to be suffering. So we're talking about opposites. That makes sense logically as well as grammatically. So B seems to be a potential answer, but let's keep it aside for now. C says enjoy mutilate. So where the cunning people enjoy and the hardworking people mutilate. Again, there's no opposite in terms of meaning, in terms of what been used to describe the cunning people and their action for the hardworking people. So C can be clearly eliminated. So in the modern world, let's look at option D, where the cunning, selfish people empower and the hardworking, conscientious people subjected. That makes no grammatical sense. Subjected to what? It's an incomplete sentence. So D can be eliminated. So therefore, based on grammar as well as by elimination, B would be the right answer, that the cunning people are thriving while the hardworking people are suffering, right? So B has to be the right answer here. Okay. Now we have to talk about matching the words with their definition. Okay. Now these are very old-fashioned words in the English language, are not commonly in use, especially for those of us who in India we don't use these words commonly. But let's try to see if maybe one of these words we could have known based on their usages. Okay, so we have Adonis, Don Juan, Wastrel, and Lout. Now, again, this Adonis, if you see, Adonis typically used to refer to a god, like we say goddess Venus or god Adonis. Right? I think this is something that is we have commonly seen. We'll say Ritik Roshan is like modern day Adonis, right? Because it is used to describe someone very good looking. So, like how they say she looks like goddess Venus. So, like how women are compared with the Greek goddess Venus, men are compared with Adonis. So, Adonis was a very good-looking Greek god, and Venus was a very good-looking Greek goddess. So, they're compared with them. So, Adonis would be someone who's very good-looking. So, if you see the definitions, an idler or loafer, an awkward rough fellow, a handsome man, a raker, so it stands to reason one would be with C. Okay, so one and C we'll see. Let's check which of the options has that particular match. A has one C, D has one C, but B has one B and C has one B. So we can eliminate B and C. A and D are left as the correct answer. Sorry, possible options. Let's see what next. What else meaning can we find? Don Juan. Okay. Don Juan would be okay. Wastrel. See, a wastrel, typically from the name itself, we can see that someone who's wasting time and energy. So wastrel, I think somebody, an idler or a loafer who wastes times would be a reasonable guess here. Similarly, a lout, I think we know this. A lout is basically somebody who when we say the louts that are there on the stations, these are the louts, these rough people, they say that, acha, buy tickets from us or don't do this. So lout would be a rough fellow while a wastrel would be an idler. Okay. So 3 would be A and 4 would be B. So let's see out of A, which one here? Here 3 is D, here 3 is A. So clearly D would be the right answer here. Okay. Now this again, this is something that is based on your vocabulary, and this is not even normal words that you would know because, uh, for example, Adonis or Don Juan, these are actual names. Adonis is a Greek god. Don Juan was a character in a book or a historical character whose name is now associated with somebody who's a seducer, someone who seduces people, right? So these things are not even something that you would get from vocabulary. On the other hand, a wastrel or a lout. Now, if you knew the meaning of wastrel or lout based on improving your vocabulary, you could have understood that wastrel 3A is the right answer. So you could have then eliminated your options, then understood that loud of course is a rough fellow. So based on that, where the options for 3 and A both match, which would have been again D only, you could have got the answer, right? So even if you are not sure the historical accuracies, if you're at least thorough with your vocabulary, you'll be able to solve these kind of questions. Okay. A similar thing is, now we have to see which of these words, what are they type? What type of words are these? Okay. First is en masse. When you're talking about en masse, is a lot refers to a group of people. Okay. Then you have fetter. Fetter is talking about when you're wasting things. And Malinger, I'm not sure, but raspy refers to a type of voice, right? Somebody has a raspy voice. Okay. Now in that case, since I know raspy refers to a type of voice, we can clearly tell it's an adjective. So raspy means a hoarse kind of a voice. So clearly it's an adjective. So we can, at least for 4, I know that it should be A. Okay. So here, what are the options which have 4A? The first one has 4A and the third one has 4A. Okay. Now, which are the word we know the meaning of? Fetter, en masse refers to as a group. Okay, as a group. Now, as a group typically would be an adverb, right? When you're talking about as a group, so you're saying that uh, he fed them en masse, meaning he fed them as a group. So it is something that is used to add on with a verb, right? So when you're talking about a group of people, you're talking about something related to them as a group. So adverb would be the best suited for en masse because it would be used in continuation with a verb, right? Similarly, this Fetter. Fetter would be something that is a noun because when you're talking about, sorry, verb. Uh, so now, because fetter would be when you are, wasting away something. So, no, fetter is fetter. I think if I'm not mistaken, fetter typically refers to um, 1 minute. Uh-huh. So, fetter is something that is used to tie down, when you're wasting away, right? So, something that ties you down like a chain. So, it's a thing, right? So, you fetter away. So, you chain away your capabilities, right? You fettered away your capabilities, meaning you bound them down. Okay. So, fetter would typically refer to a noun here, right? So, which is how it matches with the option number A here. So, in this case, now again, malinger is not a common word. Uh, En masse is actually a French word that is used in English. Uh, raspy, raspy is the only common word here. So based on raspy, you could have at least eliminated 2 of the options, right? Because we know raspy voice is a very commonly used adjective. So based on that, we had already eliminated and said that it could be only the first option or the third option here, right? So having basic knowledge of uh, words will at least help you eliminate options and improve your accuracy, even if you might not know all the words, right? So in this case, for example, I still don't know what manager means, but despite that, I can still get a reasonable certainty on basis of en masse and raspy that one is the correct answer, right? Okay, now identify the error in the sentence given below. So basically, this is similar to the sentence correction that we have in CAT. Basically, you have to select which part to the sentence has a grammatical mistake in it. Okay. The job is much worse than expected. That is the first part A. I, if I would have realized how awful it was going to I would not have accepted it. Okay. Now, in this case, so in this case, A is correct because it says a job is much worse than expected. So there was some expectation to expect it. It's grammatically correct. If I would have realized, so this is also correct. B is also correct because if I would have realized, if I would have realized how awful it was going to he. So C is the mistake here because it talks about uh, It should have been B. How awful if it was going to be. Okay, so C is the incorrect option here, and I seem to have wrongly marked B here. So as you can see, I would not have accepted it. Okay, so C should have been the correct answer here. Okay, then while luminaries of the dance world has no dearth of opportunities to display their art, upcoming dancers suffer from an unfortunate lack of exposure. So clearly, if we talk about the mistake here, so while luminaries of the dance world, so we're referring to the luminaries of dance world. So this part is correct. It says has no dearth. Now has typically refers to a singular person. So I'll say this person has a toy, but we're referring to a group of people, a plural here. It says luminaries of the dance world. Okay, so in that case, it should not be has, it should be have. While luminaries of dance world have no dearth of opportunities, upcoming dancers suffer from an unfortunate lack of exposure. So clearly, this sentence has a mistake, which is sentence number B. So B needs to be the correct answer here. Okay, guys, just 1 minute. I'll just inform Arjun sir. Uh, 1 minute. Okay. Okay, so this is option number B. Then again, then we have choose the appropriate answer for rephrasing the underlined portion of the sentence. Okay, so we have Sky Airlines recently announced aggressive cost-cutting measures ranging from a new airport check-in procedure from a new airport check-in procedures that encourage passengers to use self-service kiosks and reduction in the size of the fleet in the size of its fleet. Okay, so now we're talking about 1 minute. We're talking about improvements and things like that, right? So now the thing is, we have ranging from, now we're talking, if you're talking about ranging from something to this, so we're talking about a range of measures, right? So if you're ranging, so when you're talking about range of measures, you don't specify the range. You say ranging from dash to dash. So the fact that it says uh, 1 minute, right? Sorry, guys, sorry, there was a so we have ranging from, so when you're talking about the range such, so it says ranging from this. So when we say, let's see the option number one, it says recently announced aggressive cost cutting measures such as improvement of airport checking, encouragement of measures, and reducing in the size of its fleet. That doesn't make sense. When you say reducing in the size, you don't reduce in, you have reductions in the size of fleet. So A is clearly incorrect. B says cost cutting measures ranging from this, that do this, to use that English measures to use this, and to reductions in size of its fleet. Okay. C says range. No, in this case, ranging from makes sense. It's ranging from new this, from a step that says this to reduction size of its fleet. So it talks about the range of measures. It's ranging from this to reduction in fleet. So that part is grammatically correct, and it makes sense as well. So C says ranging from new airport check-in procedures that can to use self-service to reductions uh, in the size of its fleet. Take care. So C makes sense. Now the difference between B and C is B says that encourage a person to use self-service and to reductions. Okay. Now we are talking about cost-cutting measures that are ranging from to that. Okay. So there is no place for and to be here. So C would be the correct option. It says ranging from new airport check-in procedures to use this. two reductions in the side of a field. Okay, so it says when you're talking about, they announce cost cutting measures ranging from this to uh, reductions in the size of its fleet. Okay, so C would be better than B because it has grammatical correction in terms of no and being present in it, right? But let's look at what option number D says as well. D says ranging from new airport check-in procedures that encourage passengers to use self-driving to reducing in the size of its fleet. Reducing in the size, you're talking about when you say reducing, when you say reducing, you specifically would have to refer to something. So you're saying reducing its fleet, but reducing in the size. So when you're talking about the size, when you say reduction, but if you're talking about the main thing itself, so if you're talking about the fleet itself, then you could have said reducing. So for the same reason that we rejected A, we can reject D as well. It cannot be reducing in the size of its fleet, right? So out of B and C, both are similar except for the and C has to be the correct option because it does not have the and here. It says ranging from this entire thing to reduction in the size of its fleet. So C would be the correct answer here. Okay. Then I think we are almost, yeah. Choose the appropriate answer for rephrasing the underlined portion of the sentence. Okay. Although the square root of a negative number has no real value, it is not necessarily true that equations involving imaginary numbers like these are practically inapplicable. Okay. Now let's see the options, try to fit them here. It is not necessarily true that equations involving these inapplicable imaginary numbers are practical. Okay. Okay. B says equation involving the such imaginary numbers. Okay. Now the thing is, A says these involving these inapplicable imaginary numbers. Okay. There is no mention of these imaginary numbers in the previous sentence. Is there any mention? So the fact that it says these inapplicable imaginary numbers means that there should have been a continuation or a place where these had already been mentioned, these imaginary numbers. So then in that case, if I say imaginary numbers are not real and equations involving these inapplicable imaginary numbers are practical. So because of the fact that this sentence has these, this becomes grammatically incorrect. Okay, so we can eliminate option number A here straight away. B says equations involving such imaginary numbers have no practical applications. Okay, now this kind of makes sense because it says such imaginary numbers. Okay, so it talks about an example. So let's look at C seems to be a probable answer for now, but let's leave B. Sorry, let's leave B aside for now and let's look at C and D. C says that it is not necessarily true that there is no practical application for equations involving such imaginary numbers as these. Now this is unnecessarily complicated. It says it already says involving such imaginary numbers. Then it again adds as these. If the option number C had said there is no practical application for equations involving such imaginary numbers, it would have been grammatically correct. But it says it has already specified such imaginary numbers as these. So that's a redundancy in the sentence there. So C can be easily eliminated. D says equations involving imaginary numbers such as these are inapplicable practically, but it should have uh, should have been practically inapplicable. Okay, or in our inapplicable practically, that I think talks about a passive structure, right? But let's see. So we have clearly eliminated option number A and C. We have to see whether out of B and D, which is a more apt answer option here. Okay. Equations involved. So we are saying although the square root has no real value, these have equations. The square root does not have a real value. It is not necessarily true that have no practical applications. It is not necessarily true that equations involving such imaginary numbers. Okay. Now again, when you're talking about such imaginary numbers, we're talking about the square root, right? The square root which has no real value, such imaginary numbers. Okay. On the other hand, D says involving imaginary numbers such as these. It is unnecessarily complicating and unnecessarily focusing on a very specific thing. So out of B and D, B would be the better option. It says equations involving such imaginary numbers have no practical applications. while D is unnecessarily complicated. Equations involving imaginary numbers such as these are inapplicable practically. So while both are, so D is also pretty much correct, but it is unnecessarily complicating the sentence, right? So B would be a better suited option here. Okay. Right. Okay. So then we have next one. The sentences given in each question, when properly sequenced, uh, form a coherent paragraph. Each sentence is labeled with a letter. Choose the most logical order of sentences from among the given choices to construct a coherent paragraph. Okay. But clearly the government still has a final say. Now let's look at the options. We have the starting sentence for the options. We have A, D, B. Okay. Now that doesn't give us any clarity because we have three options. But let's see the options themselves, and maybe you can get an idea from there which sentence was best suited for starting the passage. Okay. But clearly, so A cannot be the starting sentence because it seems to be referencing it seems to be continuation of another sentence. Okay. B says, in the past few years, the Reserve Bank of India might have wrested considerable powers from the government when it comes to monetary policy. This is a standalone sentence that talks about, um, it introduces facts. It does not seem to be referencing anything else. So B seems to be a good option for a starting sentence. Okay. The C says the RBI's announcement on certain issues become effective only after the government notifies them. Again, the announcement on which issues, what the certain issues are referring to is unclear here. So C cannot be the starting part of the passage here. D says, isn't it time the government vested the RBI powers to sanction such changes? What kind of changes? We don't know. So clearly, D cannot be the starting sentence here. So therefore, B has to be the only starting sentence, right? And which is the only option with B as a starting sentence? The last one. So B, A, C, D becomes the correct sequence of the sentences in this case. Let's read it as well. B says, in the past few years, the RBI might have wrested considerable powers from the government when it comes to monetary policy. A, but clearly the government has the final say. C, the RBI's announcement on certain issues become effective and is in time the vested the powers to sanction such changes. Okay, so when we're talking about issues, leaving the ratification letter. So clearly, BACD also forms a logical flow of statements here. Okay. Now again, we have another sentence correction. So this will be the last one for today, guys. Uh, we have A, B, C, D. Okay. So let's see what are the options. Whether the options we have any particular pattern that we can notice. The first one begins with B, second with A, third with C, fourth with D. So clearly, there's no fixed pattern here. So now let's look at the sentences themselves. A says all the levels of demand, whether individual aggregate, national income, are subject to change. Okay, now this seems to be talking about the levels of demand, which has already been seem to be defined. A seems to be continuation, but we're not sure. Let's look at the other options for now. Let's leave A aside. B says at the same time, science and technology. At the same time. So B seems to be comparing with something else. So B cannot be the starting sentence. C says aggregate demand fluctuates with changes in the level of business activity, GNP, and national income. And D says the demand of individuals vary with changing needs and rising income. Okay. Now, out of these sentences, A, C, and D seem to be uh, good options for starting the sentence. But let's see if we can find particular pattern here. Okay, if we can find couplets. What couplets can we seem to find here? Uh, we are talking about levels of demand thing within are subject to change. So B says at the same time add new dimensions to products. So let's see, B can be combined with any of the other sentences. D talks about dimensions to the products. Okay, aggregate demand, all levels of demand. So I think it would stand to reason that C and A would have to be a couplet. Okay, C talks about aggregate demand fluctuates with changes, and then A says all level of demand. Okay, and D also talks about demand. So we can say that A, C, and D have to be together. Okay, and we also know that B cannot be the starting sentence. So let's see, we have eliminated the first option because it has B. Let's see which of the other three options have A, C, D together. This one has it, and this one has it. Here it is ADCB, here it is DCAB. Okay, now when you're talking about out of A and D, which is more suitable for starting the sentence, A talks about all levels of demand. Okay, but what is demand? What is the introduction about demand that is being done here? It is not clearly says that demand varies, but D says that the demand will vary with changing needs and rising incomes. So out of A and D, D is more suited for starting the passage here. Out of A and D, D is more suited for starting the passage because it clearly defines that there's a clear-cut correlation between demand of individuals and the varying needs. On the other hand, D just talks of, I'm so sorry guys. While A seems to be talking about all levels of demand are subject to change. So out of A and D, D is the better starting option, and therefore DCAB becomes the correct answer sequence in this case, right? So guys, this was it for my today's session. This was for the verbal ability in IFT. Right, I'll be taking another session at 1:30 on the same link where I'll be covering verbal ability for SNAP. If you liked the video, please today's video, please like, share it, and to subscribe to our YouTube channel. And you can follow my classes on special classes on the Unacademy app as well. I have a Telegram channel where I also clear doubts. You are welcome to join it. And we also have a common Telegram channel where we give updates about upcoming classes. And as always, if you intend to join Unacademy subscription, I have my code Achyut, which will definitely help you or anybody else. Please share it and use it for a flat 10% off. And I will see you at 10:30, 1:30 sharp for my verbal session on SNAP exam. Okay, so I'll see you then.
Shiva, you be ready. I want to say a few things more. Yeah, Akka. Ma'am, actually, what I draw, my mother takes a picture of that and she puts in like two drawings, and afterwards one drawing. I draw every day. Oh, very good, very good. So after when you go to when we reopen, you will become an expert.
Hello friends, welcome to Unacademy. Let's crack management exams. One-stop solution to be able to crack CAT with India's largest learning platform, Unacademy. Okay. Now, that said, today's session we'll be looking at quantitative aptitude PYQs. Basically, all the previous year questions, most of the previous year questions, the typical ones in quantitative aptitude we'll be looking at, friends. So very quickly, let me introduce myself. I am Arjun R. Prasad, an engineer with 12 plus years of teaching experience, having trained more than 6,000 CAT aspirants in the fields of quantitative aptitude, data interpretation, data sufficiency, and logical reasoning, as well as have helped them to crack the personal interview. I have trained more than recruitment exams. During the course of this session, if you like this video, please do click on like, share and subscribe. And while subscribing, please do use the code A so that there are lots of benefits of subscribing, and when you use this code, you also get, in addition to all those benefits, you get a 10% discount on your subscription fee. And you can always reach out to me on my Telegram, which is https:/t.me/@Arjun R. Okay. Okay. Now, let me very quickly give you a disclaimer. The questions are based on memory to the extent possible, and to the extent possible, they replicate the quantitative aptitude section of the CAT papers. So, if you look at the direction for quantitative aptitude, the direction is mark the most appropriate answer as your choice. Okay. Now, here comes the first question, friends. Amar's present age in years is 40% of Bharat's. In another few years, Amar's age will be half of Bharat's. By what percentage will Bharat's age increase during this period? Now, this is the question that we will have to see how to solve it, right? Now, if you look at this, the way we go ahead, the way we go about solving this is basically, let us very quickly have a look at it. The way we go about solving this particular question, let us say, because he says Amar's present age in years is 40% of Bharat's, let us say Bharat's present age, is 100. Let us say Bharat's present age is 100. Then what will Amar's present age be? Amar's present age will be 40. He says in another few years, let us say that few years is x years from now. That is 40 plus x by 100 plus x is nothing but Amar's age will be half of Bharat's age. Amar's age, this value is 1 by 2, half of Bharat's age. So this is what we have. Now if I simplify and try to get the value of x, what will I get? 42 times 80 plus 2x is equal to 100 plus x. Simplify it further, we get the value of x to be equal to 20. That means 20 years from now, what will the age of Bharat be? 20 years from now, it will be 120. What is the percentage increase? It is 20% increase. Hence, the correct answer is answer option C, which is 20% increase. Is that clear? Okay. Next, let us look at another this question. Just I'll give you 1 second to just have a look at this, and then I'll help you. Okay. Yeah. Let us good. So let us continue taking this question as an example question, and let us see how we can continue solving this. Okay. So the question is as follows, wherein he says Amar can complete a job in 120 days. He works alone on day 1. On day 2, he is joined by another person who works at same efficiency as him. On another person who can complete the work in 120 days. Like this, every day a new person with the same efficiency joins the work. How many days are required to complete the job? Now, if you look at this particular question, how do we go about solving it? He says Amar can complete it in 120 days. Let us say Amar can do 1 unit in 1 day. Let us say Amar can do 1 unit in 1 day, which means the total amount of work is how much? 120 units. Now, on day 1, only Amar works, so 1 unit is done. On day 2, he is joined by one more person. Therefore, 2 units of work get done. On day 3, 3 units. In the same way, keep on moving. On the nth day, n units. What is this total equal to? 120 units, isn't it? Now, what is this being equal to? N into n plus 1 divided by 2 is equal to 120. Now, simplify it further. You will get n into n plus 1, 40, isn't it? We need to be good with tables for us to be able to solve it. Otherwise, the other way of solving it will be n squared plus n minus 240 is equal to 0, isn't it? Now, minus 240, if I factorize, can be factorized as 15 into 16, isn't it? In other words, if I need plus n, plus 16 into minus 15 is minus 240. Now I can write this further as n squared plus 16n minus 15n minus 240 is equal to 0. Factorize this further. What do we end up with? N into n plus 16 minus 15 into n plus 16 is equal to 0. In other words, this is same as n plus 16 into n minus 15 is equal to 0, which is as good as, consider the n has two possible values, minus 16 or 15, but I cannot take minus 16. Therefore, the correct answer is answer option C, which is nothing but 15 days. In how many days? In 15 days, the job gets completed. Is that clear, friends? Shall we move on to the next question? Now, here comes the next one. Here comes the next question. A lift at a mall has a weight limit of 630 kilos. It is carrying a group of people, of whom the heaviest weighs 57 kilos and the lightest weighs 53 kilos. What is the maximum possible number of people in the group? So if we go ahead and try to solve it, if I want to have maximum number of people, I need to have every person as much of less weight as possible. Let us say there are n people whose weight is 53 kilos each, and one person whose weight is 57 kilos, I have to consider there is no other choice. Now this total is equal to 630, let us say. Now if I simplify, what do I end up with? 53n is equal to 630 minus 57. In other words, we get 53n is equal to 573. So what is n equal to then? 573 divided by 53. Now what will this turn out to be? 53, how many times 53? 1 time 53. Then you have 4. Therefore 10 point something, which means the minimum value that I need to have for n is 10 only. And to that, one person who is weighing 57 has to be considered. So what is the maximum number of people? The maximum number of people is only 11. Is that clear to everyone, guys? Therefore, the maximum number of people is only 11. Okay? Now, this said, let us look at the next question. Here it comes, friends. A man leaves his home and walks at a speed of 12 kilometers per hour, reaching the railway station 10 minutes after the train had departed. If instead he had walked at a speed of 15 kilometers per hour, he would have reached the station 10 minutes before the train's departure. The distance from his home to the station is, your answer options are 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 15 kilometers and 12 kilometers. Can you just think about solving this, guys? I'll just help you in a minute time, if you don't mind, please. Yeah, do that. Okay. So how do we solve it? Now look at it. What is constant over here? The distance from home to the railway station is a constant. So the home of the person is over here. Distance is constant. What is distance always equal to? Distance is always equal to speed into time. So when he walks at 12 kilometers per hour, he takes usual time t hours plus 10 minutes, which is 1/6 of an hour. The same distance, instead, if he travels at a speed of 15 kilometers per hour, he takes t hours, but he reaches 10 minutes before, so minus 1/6. Isn't it? Now, if we start simplifying it, what do we end up with? 12 into 6t plus 1 is equal to 15 into 6t minus 1. Simplify this further. 72t plus 12 is equal to 90t minus 50. To be 90t minus 72t, which is nothing but 18t, will be equal to 27, which means t is equal to 27 by 18. 9 3 times, 9 2 times. So it is equal to 3/2. Substitute the value of t as 3/2, friends, to get the distance. What will the distance be? 12 into, see, 3/2 is same as 9/6 plus 1/6, which is same as 2 into 10, which is 20. Therefore, what is the distance? 20 kilometers, which means the correct answer is answer option B, which is 20 kilometers is the distance between home and the station. Is that clear? Now here comes the next question. Now here comes the next one. By providing a discount of 15% on retail price, seller makes a profit of 2% on the article. Instead, if the seller had to make a profit of 20% on that article, then article should have been sold at 5% discount on retail price. Article should have been sold at 2% discount on retail price. Article with same discount percentage of 15%, retail price should have been increased by 2%. Article should have been sold at retail price. These are the 4 answer options that we have with us, isn't it? Now let us go about solving it. And before that, let me also tell you guys that I see people on the live chat, and if you have any queries, please use the chat facility so that any question that is there can be answered immediately. Okay? Fine. Let us come back to this one. By providing a discount of 15% on retail price, seller makes a profit of 2% on an article. Okay? Which means, let us say the retail price or the market price was M. Now, if I give a discount of 15%, then the selling price will only be 0.85 M. Now, this 0.85 M, I am considering let the cost price be equal to 100. Then, because of a profit of 2%, the selling price will be 102. That is 0.85 M is equal to 102. At what, instead, if the seller had to make a profit of 20%, that means the selling price has to be equal to 120. The selling price, therefore, has to be equal to 120. Okay. Now, consider this way, then what do we end up with the market price as? 102 into 100 divided by 85. Isn't it? Now, simplify this further. 5 how many times? 5 17 times. 5 20 times. Isn't it? Now, 17 how many times is 102? 17 6 times is 102. And the speed of the stream is yes. So, he travels a distance d by sm plus ss, and then he travels another distance d by sm minus ss. What is distance divided by speed? Is nothing but the time, which is 4 hours. This is what we got. On the other hand, distance d divided by 2sm plus ss plus the distance d divided by 2sm minus ss is equal to 1. Now, this is what we end up with. Now, if you start simplifying it, anyway d and if I divide one by the other, anyway d and d anyway gets cancelled out. In this case, the numerator will be d into sm plus ss plus sm minus ss. So, it will become 2sm. So, 2sm divided by sm squared minus ss squared. And there is of course d over here. Divided by, now consider this will be 4 into sm into d divided by 4 sm squared minus ss squared is equal to 4. Now take this equation and start simplifying it. What do we end up with? We'll end up in the following way. 2sm into d by sm squared minus ss squared into 4sm squared minus ss squared divided by 4sm into d is equal to 4. Now, sm gets cancelled out, d and d gets cancelled out. 2 times is nothing but 4. Okay. So, we'll end up with the equation 4sm squared minus ss squared is equal to 8sm squared minus 8ss squared. So, we come up with the concept 7ss squared is equal to 4sm squared. Now, what has he asked? Original speed of motorboat sm to original speed of is to 8. B, D and E, it is 18, 19, 20. To make it a little bit more easier, what is the LCM of 10 and 18? 90. 10 9 times 90. 9 9 times 81. 8 9 times 72. 18 5 times 90. 19 5 times 95. 25 times 100. What is the difference between the A and E in terms of these units? 19 units. 19 units is how much? 19 units is 19 crores. Therefore, what is the total? The total units is 19 crores, then this total, those many crores will be the total profit by all these 5 companies. What is that equal to? See, 81 plus 90, 171. 171 plus 72. 171 plus 72 is how much? 243 plus 95. 338 plus 100. 438. So, my answer will be 438 crores, which is nothing but the answer option C. Hence, the correct answer is answer option C. And believe you me, friends, all these questions are the questions that have appeared in the previous CAT papers. So sometimes when the question is easy, don't think too much and start thinking that, how can they give something this much easy? There is something that I'm missing out. No, don't give room for that type of a thought. Is that clear? Now here comes the next one. Among the candidates shortlisted for the personal interview round, number of girls were twice the number of boys. Let us say number of girls shortlisted 200, number of boys shortlisted 100. 30% of the girls shortlisted cleared it. So how many girls cleared it? 60 cleared. Did not clear 140. 45% of the boys, so 45 boys cleared. So how many did not clear? 55 boys did not clear. Then percentage of candidates shortlisted who did not clear the interview, that is 195 out of 300. In terms of percentage, multiply by 100. Simplify this, how much will we end up with? 3 6 times 18. For the correct answer is 16 is 16. So 7 by 7, which is nothing but 1:1. Hence, the correct answer, my friends, is answer option A, which is 1:1. Everyone understanding that? Next, here comes the next one. At wholesale fruit, the price of medium quality mangoes is half that of good mangoes. So let us say good mangoes is 2 rupees per kilo. So medium quality mangoes will be 1 rupee per kilo. Okay. Now a shopkeeper buys 80 kilos of good mangoes. That is the cost for the shopkeeper. 80 into 2. And 40 kilos of medium quality mangoes plus 40. From the wholesale market. And then sells this. This is his cost price. So what is his cost price? 160 plus 40, 200, and then sells it. Sells all of this, that is 80 plus 40, which is 120 kilos. He sells it at a price which is 10% less than the price at which he bought the good ones. So 10% less, that is 0.2 less, that is 1.8. So how much will this be? 18 into 12, 216. What is his overall profit is what percentage? Okay, 200 to 216. The increase is 16 from where? From 200. In terms of percentage, multiply by 100, which will lead me to 8% profit. Therefore, the correct answer is answer option B, which is 8% profit. Is that clear? Everyone able to get that? Okay. Next. Here comes the next one. He says, if Fakru sells 60 identical toys at 40% discount on printed price, he makes 20% profit. 10 of these toys fell down and got destroyed. While selling the rest, how much discount should be given on the printed price so that his total profit money doesn't get changed? Okay, wonderful. Let us say the printed price is 100 rupees. On that, the printed price is 100 rupees. On that, 60 identical toys sold at 40% discount. So 60 into 40. 60 into 60 is nothing but 3,600 rupees. He has to get 3,600 rupees. He has to get back 3,600 rupees. But because 10 of these toys fell down and got destroyed, he has only 50 toys to be sold. At what rate? At X rupees, let us say. How much should he get in by the sales? 3,600 rupees. Now, if you simplify, what is the value of X? X is 72 rupees. See, the printed price is 100 rupees. The printed price is 100 rupees. It has to be sold at 72 rupees per article. Means what is the discount? 28%. Hence, my answer will be answer option D, which is nothing but 28% discount. Is that clear? Everyone able to understand that, friends? Okay. Next, before I proceed with the next set of questions, again, the same thought. Hope you are enjoying this session. If you like it, please do click on like, share, and subscribe. And while subscribing, do not forget to use the code APUS so that you get to benefit by 10% discount. Okay. Now, here comes the next question. This was a typo. I suppose this should have actually been a plus 3 the whole squared. Okay. So, if a plus 3 the whole squared by b squared is 9 by 1, then a plus 3 by b is equal to 3. This is one part. A plus 3 by b is equal to minus 3. This is the second part. A minus 1 by b minus 1 is equal to 2. This is one part. A minus 1 by b minus 1 is equal to minus 2. This is another. Okay. If you consider a to be equal to 3b minus 3, if you consider it in this fashion, come over here, just let us say you consider a will be equal to 2b minus 2 plus 1, 2b minus 1. If you simplify it in this fashion, if you subtract, this will become 0 is equal to b minus 2. That means you will get the value of b as equal to 2. And when b is equal to 2, a will be equal to 3. When b is equal to 2, a will be equal to 3. This is one possible case. And if I go by that, my answer should be 9 by 4. If I go by this case, my answer should be a squared to b squared should be in the ratio of 9 by 4. Now let us see whether other cases would be possible. That is, consider a is equal to 3b minus 3. This is the same thing. Instead of considering this, if I consider it in this fashion, then I will get a is equal to minus 2b minus 1. Now if I subtract, minus plus plus, a minus a is 0 is equal to 5b minus 2. I will get b as equal to 2 by 5. So this case is wrong. So this is not possible case. What is the other possible case? Consider a is equal to minus 3b minus 3. A is equal to minus 3b minus 3. And we also know a is equal to 2b minus 1. Okay. Now subtract 1 from the other. So this become minus, this become minus, this become plus. So 0 is equal to minus 5b minus 2. So b will turn out to be minus 2 by 5. So this is also not possible. Now consider the other way around, the last possibility out of the 4, that is a is equal to minus 3b minus 3, and you have a is equal to minus 2b minus 1. In this case, if you subtract, this becomes minus, this becomes plus, this becomes plus. A minus a 0 is equal to minus b minus 2. Or you will get the value of b to be equal to minus 2. If b is equal to minus 2, then a will be equal to minus 6 minus 3. No, I got a is minus 3b minus 3. Minus 3b, that is the minus into minus is 6 minus 3. Even in this case, I will get, though I have two possibilities, In both the possibilities, I get my answer as 9/4. Hence, the correct answer, my friends, is going to be answer option A, which is 9:4. Is that clear? Everyone got that? Here comes the next question. The area of closed region bounded by the equation mod x plus mod y equal to 2 is. If you consider mod x plus mod y is equal to 2, then there are 4 possible cases. One is x plus y is equal to 2. The next, x minus y is equal to 2. Next, y minus x is equal to 2. And next, have minus y minus x is equal to 2. So, which are the point when x is 0, y is 2. When y is 0, x is 2. So, these 2 points again. Over here, when x is 0, y is minus 2. When y is 0, x is 2. These 2 points again. Now, here when x is 0, y is 2. When y is 0, x is minus 2. So, these 2 points I get. In this case, when x is 0, y is minus 2. When y is 0, x is minus 2. So, I get these 2 points, isn't it? Now, if I draw the axis, let me mark those points. This is 1, 1. Okay. So, this point is nothing but 2, 0. This is minus 2, 0. This is 0, 2. And this is 0, minus 2. Now, let us see the lines. X plus y is equal to 2, 0 to 2, 0. That is, it has to join these 2 points and gets extended. Okay. Next, 0 minus 2 and 2, 0. So, therefore, the line joins these 2 points and gets extended. Next is 0, 2 and minus 2, 0. So, the line joins these 2 points and gets extended. Then 0 minus 2, 0. Therefore, the line joins these 2 points and gets extended. Which means the area that I need is inside this particular rhombus. It is made up of 4 right angle triangles, each 4 isosceles right angle triangles with the adjacent sides being 2 and 2 units. Therefore, the area of one right angle triangle half into 2 into 2. How many right angle triangles? 4 right angle triangles multiplied by 4. You simplify this, you will get your answer as being equal to 8 square units. Hence, the correct answer is answer option C, which is 8 square units. Is that clear? Did everyone get that? Next. Here comes the next question. He says what? AC is 40 feet, AB is 25 feet, and BC is 35 feet. So 5 times, 7 times, 8 times, 5 and 7. 5 and 7. 5 and 7 is 25 and 49. 69, 74. No, it won't happen. Now let me just draw triangle ABC, GBC. Okay, BC is 35 feet. AC is 40 and AB is 'If G is the centroid, that means G divides this line in the ratio 2:3. Okay. See, whether I consider ABC or GBC, both these triangles ABC and GBC share the same base, which is BC, which is 35. The height of A, the perpendicular from A to BC will be divided in the ratio of 2:1. That is basically the perpendicular from A to BC will be 3 times the perpendicular from G to BC. From A to BC, it will be 3 times that of from G to BC. That means if the area of ABC is 3 units, then the area of GBC will be 1 unit. That is, the remaining portion will be 2/3 of the area of the triangle ABC. What is 2/3 of the area of the triangle ABC? What is the area of triangle ABC? Let us use the hero's formula, which is S into root of S into S minus A into S minus B into S minus C, where A, B and C are the sides and S is the semi-perimeter. Now what is the perimeter? 100. Semi-perimeter 50. Therefore, what is the area? Square root of 50 into 50 minus 25, 25. 50 minus 35, 15. 50 minus 40, 10. And my answer is 2/3 of this. This region we have supposed to. BQC is nothing but the entire area of a semicircle. That is pi r squared. What is r? Root of 6 squared plus 6 squared. Root of 36. Sorry. Root of 72. That is nothing but 6 root 2. Divided by 2. This is the area of BQC. Minus I need the area of BPC. What is the area of BPC? Area of BPC is nothing but area of the quarter circle. That is pi with radius 6, r squared by 4 I have removed this entire thing fully, but I have taken only this BQC. Out of that I have removed this entire thing. Now I have to add to that, I have to add the area of the right angle triangle, half into base into height. So 36 by 2. This, when solved, gives me my answer. Now what is this? This is nothing but 2 3 times 6, 4 9 times 36, 2 18 times 36. Okay. Isn't it? But understand it in this particular fashion. Should this actually this particular fashion? Yeah, this one part was had to be multiplied by 6 root 2 again. Multiplied divided by 4. Why? R squared. But I had taken the diameter. Diameter is 6 root 2. 6 root 2 by 2 into 6 root 2 by 2. Okay. So this comes to my rescue. Now what will I get if I just simplify that? We get this as 6 3 into 5 into 2 by 4. 2 minus 9 pi plus 18, which is nothing but 18 square centimeters. Hence the correct answer, my friends, is going to be answer option B, which is 18 square centimeters. Is that clear? Next, here comes the next one. He says, a solid metallic cube is melted to form 5 solid cubes whose volumes are in the ratio 1 is to 1 is to 8 is to 27 is to 27. The percentage by which the sum of surface areas of these 5 cubes exceeds the surface area of the original cube is nearest to. Okay, fine. Now let me take the entire volume. Let's consider the entire volume. 27 plus 27, 54 plus 10, 64. Let us say the initial one was 64 cubic centimeter was the volume. That means it is of diameter 4 by 4 by 4. Therefore, surface area, the total surface area, 6 into 4 squared, which is nothing but 96 square units. Now, if you consider 1 by 1 by 1, so side will be 1, so 6 square plus another 6 square units plus. So 2 means 6 into 2 square, 2 squared 4, 4, 6 times 24. plus 3 square 996 times 54 plus another 54, which is nothing but 108 plus 128, 132, 138, 144 square centimeters. 144 square centimeters. From 96 to 144, what is the increase? 48. Now, just because you got this as 48, don't go and scratch your head. Read the question once again. He has not asked the increase, he has asked the percentage increase. Therefore, 48 is the increase. From where? From 96. In terms of percentage, multiply by 100. What is 48 out of 96? Half. Half means 50%. Hence, the correct answer is answer option B, which is nothing but 50%. Is that clear? Everyone got that? Next. Here comes the next question. He says, a ball of diameter 4 centimeter is kept on top of a hollow cylinder standing vertically. The height of cylinder is 3 centimeters while its volume is 9 pi. Volume of a cylinder is pi r squared h. Pi r squared h is equal to 9 pi. So, r squared is 3. That means r is equal to root 3. Okay, r is equal to root 3. Now the ball of radius from here to here. From here to here, it is root 3 centimeters. Therefore, what is this part? What is this small part? Consider that as x. X squared plus root 3 squared 3 is equal to 4 squared, which is 16. X squared is equal to 13. Diameter, sorry. So this is diameter. So this is only 2. So this is going to be 4. So x squared is equal to 1. Just one moment. X is also equal to 1. That means this is 1 meter. Now what is he asking? What is the distance of the topmost point of the ball from the base of the cylinder? Very good. We know already that the height of the cylinder, that is from height, this is going to be 3 centimeters. This is already given to us. And from here to here, this is going to be 1 centimeter. And from here to here, this is going to be nothing but the radius, which is 2. Therefore, the correct answer 3 plus 1, 4 plus 2, which is 6 centimeters. Hence, the topmost point of the ball is 6 centimeters away from the base of the cylinder. Thereby, giving the correct answer as answer option B, which is 6 centimeters. Okay. So I plan to cover 34 questions. Now we are at a point where we have just completed 15 questions. Okay. So a good time to just look back on. And if you have liked, please do click on like, share and subscribe. And while subscribing, please do use the code APUS so that you get 10% discount. Okay. You can also reach out to me on my Telegram, which is https://t.me/@ Arjun R Prasad, ARJUN, Arjun R Prasad, PRASAD. At any point, any doubt that you have, you can always get in touch. Okay, fine. Here comes the next question. Question number 16. ABC is a right angle triangle with the hypotenuse BC. AB is 15 and AC is 20. Very, very simple. See, we should understand this is a right angle triangle. Hypotenuse is BC. So this is A, let me say this is B, this is C. If AB is 15 and AC is 20, 3 5 times 15, 4 5 times 20, we know 3 4 5 is a Pythagorean triplet. Therefore, the hypotenuse has to be 5 times 5, which is nothing but 25. If you want the short minimum possible time means the distance has to be minimum. Minimum distance means the perpendicular from A to BC. The perpendicular from A to BC. Let us say the perpendicular from A to BC is nothing but the distance D. Area of the triangle ABC is half into 25 into D if you consider the base as BC. If you consider the base as AC, it will be half into 20 into 15. Now, if I just simplify, 2 and 2 gets cancelled out, 5 4 times 20, 5 5 times 25, 5 3 times 15. Therefore, I get the value of D as 12. Distance to be covered is 12 kilometers at a rate of 30 kilometers per hour. That is, to cover 60 kilometers, how much time, or rather to cover 30 kilometers if I am taking 60 minutes, then to cover 12 kilometers I will take 24 minutes. Hence the correct answer is answer option B, which is 24 minutes. Please understand, he has asked in terms of minutes. So even if I get in terms of hour, I will have to convert it into minutes and then give out the answer as 24 minutes. Because if you look at it in terms of hour, then you will get it as 2/5. 2/5 of an hour is nothing but 24 minutes. Is that clear? Now, let us look at this question. Question number 17. Log x to base 3 is equal to log y to base 12 is equal to a, where x and y are natural numbers. G is the geometric mean of x and y. See, if log x to base 3 is a, then we know that x is equal to 3 to the power a. If log y to base 12 is equal to a, then we know y is equal to 12 to the power a. If I am considering g, which is the geometric mean of x and y, then g is equal to root of 3 to the power a into 12 to the power a. That is nothing but equal to square root of 36 to the power a. That is 6 to the power a into 6 to the power a. 6 to the power 2a. That is nothing but 6 to the power a. Now if I need log g to base 6, that is 6 to the power a, sorry, by mistake I wrote it that way. This should be 6 to the power a. This means I need what is log 6 to the power a to base 6. It is nothing but a. Hence, the correct answer is answer option B, which is A. Is that clear? Understood that? Next, let us look at the next question. If x plus 1 is equal to x squared, where x is a positive real number, then 2x to the power 4 is equal to how much? Okay, very good. X squared minus x minus 1 is equal to 0. So, x is equal to minus b plus or minus square root of b squared minus 4 into a into c divided by 2a. See, root 5 is definitely greater than 1, so 1 minus is not possible. So, I have x is equal to 1 plus root 5 by 2. If I need 2 into x to the power 4, okay, this is what I end up with. So, this value I need. If I simplify this is like a plus b the whole square. So, I get this as this square divided by 8. This is same as I'm just writing it over here. My answer therefore will be nothing but 56 plus 24 root 5 whole thing divided by 8. That is 7 plus 3 root 5. Hence, my answer is answer option D, which is nothing but 7 plus 3 root 5. Is that clear? Next, let us look at this one, where he says we need to find the value of this can be written as eight divided by 1000, 1 by 125, 1 by 5 cube, that is 5 to the power minus 3. Okay, plus log 3 to the power 4 by 3 to the base 3 to the power half minus 7. This is the same as minus 1 by 6 plus 8 minus 7, which is 1 minus 1 by 6, which is 5 by 6. Hence, the correct answer is answer option C, which is 5 by 6. Is that clear? Okay. Next, let us look at this one. 9 to the power 2x minus 1 minus 80, 1 to the power x minus 1 is equal to 1944. Okay, then x is equal to, good. See. Eight times 32. So this can now be written as 3 to the power 4x minus 4 is equal to 3 to the power 5, which means 4x is equal to 9, x is equal to 9 by 4. Hence, the correct answer is answer option B, which is x is equal to 9 by 4. Is that clear? Understanding that? Now look at this. Here it says the number of solutions xyz to the equation x minus of y plus z equal to 25, where x, y and z are natural numbers. X is less than or equal to 40, y is less than or equal to 12 and z is less than or equal to 12 is. When x is equal to 40, y plus z is equal to 15. Excuse me. If y is 12, z is 3. Y is 11, z is 4. Y is 10, z is 5. Till where? Till y is 3. I cannot go below that. Okay. So how many we have? 10 possibilities. So we have 10 solutions. Okay, got that? Now, if you consider x to be equal to 39, y is equal to 12, z is equal to 2. Is that correct? No, y is equal to 12, z is equal to 4. Because I need 16, isn't it? $39, 35, 14. So 12 and 2. 12 and 2. So therefore z will be 2. Okay. 11, 3. That way I can go all the way till 2. Correct? So I have 11. When x is equal to 38, get 12 solutions. Isn't it? We keep on going this way. Up to what? 10 plus 11 plus 12 plus this way we keep on going. Up to what point will we be able to go? We'll be able to go. How many solutions will be possible? Only 99 solutions will be possible. Isn't it? This way, if you keep on going, so till what? 10 plus 11 plus 12 plus 13 50, 60, 70, 80, 91. But finally I will not be able to get the completeness, so it will end up with B being equal to 99. Now, is there a easier or a simpler way to be able to solve this. Is there an easier way that we will be able to take this up? See, we know 40, 39, 38, 37, so on and so forth, and you will end up with B being equal to answer option B, which is 99. Is that clear? Okay. Now we are done with about 20 questions now. If you liked it, please do click on like, share and subscribe, and use the code APUS. You can also reach out to me on my Telegram, which is https://t.me/Arjun R Prasad PRASAD. Is that clear? Now, question number 21 comes over here. How many integers n will the inequality n minus 5 into n minus 10 minus of 3 times of n minus 2 being less than or equal to 0 be satisfied? Very simple one. How do we go about solving this? If you consider it in this particular fashion, at what point will it be equal? At what point will these two be equal? n minus 5 into n minus 10, that is n squared, minus 10n minus 5n minus 15n. 10 5 times 50. In other words, we have it as n squared minus 18n plus 56 is equal to 0. What are the factors? Can I factorize this? N will be minus b plus or minus square root of b squared minus 4ac by 2a. So n will be equal to 28 by 2, 14, or 4. So how many solutions are possible? All the way, all the integers between 4 and 14 would satisfy, isn't it? All the way between 4 and 14 will satisfy. How many integers are there from 4 to 14? The correct answer is answer option C, which is nothing. Is that clear? Next, question number 22. f of x is equal to x squared plus 11x plus n, which means this is a parabola. G of x is equal to x, it's a constant function. Then the largest positive integer n, for which g of x has two distinct roots is two distinct real roots, which means say the way I would go about solving it is very simple. See, if x squared plus 11x plus n has to be minus 4 into a1 into c is n, must be greater than 4n, which must be greater than n. That means the highest possible value for n is only 24. Hence, the correct answer, my friends, is answer option B, which is nothing but 24. Is that clear? Everyone able to understand that? Next, take a look at this one. Here, he says, if A, B, C and D are integers with their sum equal to 30, then the minimum possible value of A minus B whole squared plus A minus C whole squared plus A minus D whole squared is. Understand that this will be minimum only when A, B, C and D are as close to each other as possible. So if I directly just take 30 and equally divide it into 4 equal parts, each one will be 7.5. But he says that they have to be integers, so I cannot take 7.5. Now if I have to make them integers and at the same time as close to each other as possible, what will I do? I'll retain this to be 7, the 0.5 I move it to this end, make this as 8. I retain this to be 7, move the 0.5, make it as 8. Therefore, what are the 4 values that I get? For A, B, C and A, I get for A, B, C and A, I get it as 7, 7, 8 and 8. So A minus B whole square will be 0. A minus C whole square will be 1. A minus D whole square will be 1. 1 plus 1. Therefore, the least possible value will be nothing but 2. Because 1 squared is 1. Again another 1 squared is 1. 1 squared plus 1 squared, which is nothing but 2. Therefore, the answer is going to be answer option A, which is nothing but 2. Now, the question asked is very simple. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H and J, K are 5 diameters of a circle with the center O. In how many ways can 3 points be chosen out of these so as to form a triangle? I have 11 points. I have to select 3. So my answer will be 11C3, of course. However, A, O, B, C, O, D, E, O, F, G, O, H and J, O, K are the triplets which cannot be selected. Why? Because the points lie on the straight line, but I need a triangle. Therefore, minus the 5. So, what will this turn out to be? Three times 9, 2 5 times 10, 3 5 times 15, 15 11 times 165 minus 5, therefore giving me the correct answer as 160. Hence, the correct answer is answer option D, which is none of these. Is that clear to all of you? Everyone able to understand that? Here comes the next one. Shortest distance of the point 0.51 from the curve y equal to mod x plus 1 plus mod x minus 1 is. Okay. Now, let us consider mod x plus 1. When x is 0, y is 1. So it starts. When x is 1, y is 2. But he is asked plus, right? So let us just consider when x is 0, it's 2. So it will pass through this point. When x is 1, it is 2. When x is 2, two plus 1, 3. X is 0, y is 2. This point is a 2. When x is 1, 2 plus 2 minus 1 is 1. Okay. When x is 2, 2 plus 1, 3. 4. This is 4. When x is 4, 5. So if you just consider it, you will see that the graph turns out to be something like this. This is how it turns out to be. 0.5 and 1 will be over here. So the shortest distance is only this much, which is nothing but 1. Hence, the answer is answer option A, which is 1 unit. Is that clear? Here comes the next one, friends. He says, if the square of 7th term of an arithmetic progression with positive common difference equals the product of third and the 17th terms, then the ratio of first term to the common difference is, okay, square of the 7th term, that is a plus 6d whole square equals the product of the third, that is a plus 2d, and 17th, a plus 16d. Now he is asking what is the ratio of the first term, that is a by d, is equal to how much? Okay, not should not be that difficult a proposition to solve. Let us look at it. A squared AD plus 36d squared a squared 16 18 AD 32d squared. A squared and a squared gets cancelled out. So we have 4d squared is equal to 6AD. 4d is equal to 6a. So a by d will be equal to 4 by 6, which is same as 2 by 3. Hence the correct answer is going to be answer option A, which is 2:3. Is that clear? Next. So just give me a moment. Just have another 4 questions. Okay, nice. Hope you are enjoying this. So if you liked it, please click on like, share, and subscribe. And do use the code APUS when you are subscribing. You can also reach out on my Telegram, which is https://t.me/@Arjun R Prasad. Okay. Fine. Here comes the next one. Here the question is, in how many ways can 7 identical books be distributed among 4 kids in such a way that each kid gets at least 1 book and at most 3 books? Each kid gets at least 1 book and at most 3 books. How do we simplify? We have only 7 books. There are 4 kids. Kid 1, Kid 2, Kid 3 and Kid 4. The books are all identical. Each one gets one. 1, 1, 1 and 1. Got it. I am left with what? I am left with another 3 books. I am left with 3 books. Isn't it? Now these 3 books that are there, I have to distribute it. In how many ways will I be able to distribute? Each kid can get at least now can get only 0, 1 or 2. 3 is not possible, right? So if you just calculate that, you will see that we end up with 16 ways. Because I am left with only these 3 books, isn't it? Now these 3 books, can I give all the 3 to one person? No, I cannot give all the 3 to one person. So 3 as a chunk, 2 and 1 separately, or 1, 1 and 1 separately. If I keep it as 2 and 1 separately, then I have to just select 2 kids over here. From these 4, selecting 2 can be done in how many ways? In 6 ways, right? And then it can also be interchanged into 2. 6 into 2, which is nothing but 12. 12 ways. I have come up with 12 ways, right? Now, instead of 2 and 1, if I make it as 1, 1 and 1, I need to be able to select 3 out of this 4, which can be done in 4 ways. So, 12 plus 4, which is nothing but 16 ways. Hence, the correct answer is answer option B, which is 16 ways in which 7 identical books can be distributed among 4 kids, such that each kid gets at least 1 and at most 3. Is that clear? Next, let us look at this question. Here he says, if f of x is equal to 5x plus 2 by 3x minus 5 and g of x is equal to x squared minus 2x minus 1, then the value of g of f of 3 is equal to g of f of 3. What is f of 3? 5 into 3 plus 2 divided by 3 into 3 minus 5. What is this? G into f of 17 4. That is G of, what is f of 17 by 4? 5 into 17 by 4 plus 2. Whole thing divided by 3 into 17 by 4 minus 5. What will this be equal to? G of so 17 5 times 85, 4 2 times 8, 51, 4 5 times 20. What will this be equal to? 93 divided by 31. That is nothing but, he is asking what is the value of g of 3. Now what is g of 3? Three squared minus 2 into 3 minus 1. 9 minus 6 minus 1. That is 9 minus 7, which is 2. Hence, the correct answer is answer option B, which is 2. Is that clear? Now, he says, if A1 plus A2 plus dot 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 till A3n is equal to 1830 and all the terms are in arithmetic progression. Okay, very good. That is Sn, which is 1830 equal to n by 2 into 2a plus n minus 1 into d, which is 4. In other words, we get it as 2n squared plus n minus 1830 equal to 0. So if I have to factorize 3660, sorry, minus 3660 such that I get plus 1, how would I be able to factorize this as? So 60 and 61. If I simplify this, I'll get 2n squared plus 60n minus 60, sorry, plus 61n minus 60n minus 1830 is equal to 0. In other words, this will be nothing but n into 2n plus 61 minus 30 into 2n plus 61 is equal to 0. That means n will be minus 61 by 2, not possible. Therefore, I got n is equal to 30. That means that 3n, that means this is nothing but 3n equal to 30. Okay. Now he is asking what is the smallest positive integer m, where m into this sum is greater than 1830, isn't it? M into this sum. What is this sum? Till A10. N by 2, that is 5, into first term 3 plus last term, 10th term. 10th term is A plus 90. A 3 plus 9 4 times 36. 41, 42. 42 into 5. 42 into 5, 210. So m into 210 is greater than 1830. That means m is greater 0 by 210. 3 7 times 3 6 18 361 times 7 8 point something. So m is greater than 8 point something. If I need the smallest integer, then it has to be 9. Hence, the correct answer is answer option B, which is nothing but 9. Is that clear? Everyone getting that? Next, we have this question where he says, a class consists of 20 boys and 30 girls. In mid-semester exam, the average score of the girls was 5 higher than that of the boys. In final exam, however, the average score of girls dropped by 3, while the average score of entire class increased by 2. The increase in the average score of boys is, okay? 20 boys, let us say originally they got B units, so the total score is 20B. 30 girls, their average score is 5 more than the boys, B plus 5. This is in the midterm. Whereas in the final, the average score of girls dropped by 3. That is, it's only B plus 2. Plus, let me say X is equal to while the average score of the entire class increased by 2. Average score of the entire class. What is the average score of the entire class over here? This divided by 50. This was the entire, or in other words, you have 2B, or rather, let me put it in this way. You have B and B, 5, 5, 5, 15. 15 has to be divided into 3, 15 has to be divided among 5, each one gets 3. So it will be B plus 3. The average implies the average is going to be B plus 3 over here. Now he says the average score gets increased by 2. So this now becomes 50 people gets increased by 2. So B plus 3 becomes B plus 5. Okay. Now you just have to simplify this. So what will X be equal to? X is nothing but 50B plus 250 minus 30B minus 60. So X, therefore, is nothing but 20B plus 190. So from B, to 20B plus 190, what is the increase? No, 1 second. Divide this by 20. Divide this by 20. So this is 20 into B plus 9.5. Therefore, what is the increase? 9.5. Hence, the correct answer is answer option A, which is nothing but 9.5 increase. Is that clear? Okay. So if you liked it, please do click on like, share and subscribe. And while subscribing, APUS to subscribe. You can also reach out to me directly on my Telegram, which is https:// Arjun R Prasad. Okay. So the next sessions that have been given over here, wrong. Instead, you can just consider that I'll be conducting the next session, which will be complete course on Quantitative Aptitude part 5 of 5. Today on Unacademy platform, I'll be handling a special class 7 p.m. So don't miss out. Okay. And if you like this, please use the code APUS. Now, what are the benefits if you subscribe? If you subscribe, following are the benefits, friends. You will get access to the daily live classes, the live tests and quizzes, and just one subscription will provide you unlimited access to all educators on the platform, including the likes of the Arun Sharma. Right? And you can get to learn from different faculty members, different educators, the different ways in which you can solve. You can look out for the batch courses. And Unacademy provides you an advantage wherein you can learn at any time, anywhere, at a schedule that works for you, friends. At a schedule that works for you. Language is not going to be a barrier because we have educators well versed in different languages. You can, at any point of time, you can get your doubts cleared. You can interact with your educator. You can answer the live polls. And you will be provided with a detailed report. You will be provided with a detailed report and analysis for every test that you attempt on the platform. Okay. You will also get access to the live tests and quizzes, and you will get access to all the PDFs and the learning materials provided by different educators on this platform. And all of this comes at extremely reasonable subscription fee of just rupees 18,900 if you subscribe if you take up the subscription for 24 months. That turns out to be at the rate of 788 rupees per month. If you use the code APUS, you get a discount of 10%. Is that clear? Okay. So instead, if you go in for a 12-month subscription, it's just 15,750. You can also go in for a 6-month subscription which is just 12,600 rupees if to go in for a 6-month subscription. So I would strongly recommend that you go in for a 24-month, but if not, at least take up a 12-month or a 6-month subscription, which is just 12,600 rupees. And it is worthwhile an investment. Do not consider that as an expense, please. Is that clear? So that said, in some time I will be ending the session. But before that, let me once again just take you through some of the highlights of this particular session. If you had, this is actually CAT 2017 slot 1 paper. If you look at whatever we discussed now, is nothing but CAT 2017 slot 1 paper. So if I have to categorize the questions, and if I have to say what could have been attempted in the first go, this is definitely in the first iteration you should have solved it. Okay, of course, no doubt about that. This again can be solved in the first iteration itself. Okay, this can be solved in the first iteration. This can be solved in the first iteration. This can be solved in the first iteration. This again in the first iteration. This again in the first iteration. This one I would say keep it to the second iteration. This is moderate level question, moderate level of difficulty, moderate. The other ones were easy. This is moderate. This is again easy. Again, this is also easy. This one is also easy. This one again easy. This one is easy again. How about this one is also it's easy, but it is time consuming, so I would mark this as moderate level question. This was easy one. Again, this is easy. This I would have marked it as moderate. So we have 4 moderate already. This was easy. How about this one again, moderate. So we have 5 moderate questions till now. This one was easy. This again easy. This one moderate level difficulty. So we have 6 moderate level difficulty questions. This again moderate level difficulty. So 7 moderate level difficulty questions. This was easy. This I would categorize as difficult. So till now it is 6 moderate and 1 difficult. This is moderate, 7 moderate. This was easy. This one again easy or maybe moderate. So 8 moderate on 1 difficult we have now. This was easy. This one is moderate, difficult. So 7 moderate and 2 difficult questions. This easy. This is moderate. So 8 moderate and 2 difficult. 9 moderate and 2 difficult. 10 moderate and 2 difficult. 11 moderate and 3 difficult questions. Okay. So
Good afternoon, folks, and welcome back to my second part of my today's session on Let's Crack Management Exams in English. This is, of course, as I mentioned earlier, is part of the Let's Crack Management Exams in English with Unacademy. And for those of you who are seeing this for the first time, my name is Achyut Gupta, and I'm a 2018 graduate from XLRI. During my time at XLRI, I had won more than 8 national level case study competitions, and I'm currently working in a HR strategy designing role with a startup. My verbal scores in the exams were as follows. In CAT, I had a 99.8 percentile. In ZAT, I had 99 percentile. And in GMAT, I had a raw score of 42, which roughly translates to a global score of 99 percentile for that year. I have prior teaching experience with NGO in orphanages, and I'm currently a verbal faculty with Unacademy, where I focus on verbal preparation for MBA exams, as well as decision making for ZAT, GDP VAT for B school admissions, and any other aspect of B school life that you might have a query about. Okay. So, for those of you who have not yet joined Unacademy subscription, I would recommend that you join as soon as possible because we have numerous batches that are starting and that have already started, and there are a few that are coming soon, starting soon as well. Which the batches that you can join for studying. There are numerous batches that are in place depending upon what is your target, what is your time frame. So you can join any one of them as a part of Unacademy subscription. So what is an advantage with Unacademy? With Unacademy, well, the fact is the learning that you have, it gets molded according to your schedule. So let's say you might be a working professional or you might be in your last year of undergrad. So you have other commitments and you have other places where your time, you might be busy with. So whenever you get a free moment from those other places, you can open up the Unacademy app and you can start studying wherever, whenever. And of course, the learning never stops because you can start it at any point of the day, anywhere, whether you're in a train, in a car, in a bus, or whether it is midnight, afternoon, noon, whenever. And secondly, we have numerous languages that are being used, that are covered on Unacademy. For example, we have coaching provided in over 14 different Indian languages, such as Malayalam, Tamil, Hindi. We have Bengali, a lot of languages. We've got 14 different languages in which we have classes, and the language coverage has been expanded on a day-to-day basis. So maybe if you don't find a particular language today, you might find it in a few weeks as well. Then of course we have interaction with the educators. So in our classes you can comment, you can ask questions, you can give your answers for questions. So there is a live interaction with the educators in all the classes, similar to what you would have in a classroom setup. And of course you can use either user interaction to clear your doubts, or you can even contact any of the educators on the our Unacademy platform and get your doubts cleared. You can reach out to anyone who you wish to reach out to, right? And of course there will be numerous polls that will be conducted in class where you will be where the educators will ask you questions and you can vote. You can get an idea of where you stand in the leaderboard with respect to other students who are answering the questions. So you can see whether you're accurate, and you can see your accuracy with respect to other students as well. Then of course we have the live tests and quizzes because any preparation is incomplete without having the live tests and quizzes. And we have numerous section tests and mock tests that are present on the platform. And once you write this test, you get detailed reports which analyze your performance and tell you where do you stand with respect to the toppers, where your strengths are, where your weaknesses are, how much time you're taking per question and overall. So this will help you analyze and improve your performance. Then of course you'll get access to all the learning material that is there, that has been uploaded by all the educators across the platform. So you get unlimited access to pretty much every single learning material or PDF that has been uploaded by the educators for any of the classes across the platform. So if you're planning to buy an Academy subscription, I would strongly recommend that you look at the 12-month course or the 24-month course. Why is that? If you see in terms of cost effectiveness, now 6 months is costs you 14,000 rupees.
while at 12 months costs you 17,500. So just for 3,000 rupees more, you end up getting 6 months extra. So while 6 months costs you 14,000 rupees, 12 months, which should ideally cost you 20,000, actually costs you just 17,500. So it makes more sense to go for 12 months if you're looking at 6 months. On the other hand, if you are planning for next year's CAT and you want to go for the 1 year course, in that case, it makes sense for you to go for the 24 months course. Why? Because 24-month course costs just 21,000 rupees. So for comparison, 6 months costs 14,000 and 24 months, which is 4 times the duration of that, cost is 21,000 rupees. So well, it should have ideally be costing 56,000, 14,000 into 4, but it costs just 21,000 rupees. So it costs just 50% more, not even double the cost of 6 months plan. So as you can see, the cost effectiveness of the plans goes up as you go for high duration. So I would strongly urge you to look at the per month cost effectiveness of the 12 months and 24 months plan, which is the most effective plans that we have. Additionally, you can use my code Achyut, which will get you flat 10% off on any subscription that you wish to buy for no matter what duration. You can use it for any of the plans, and you can also share it with your friends and family members who might be planning to buy an academy subscription for other exams. So you might, let's say you have a friend who's preparing for NEET, a friend who's preparing for JEE. You can share my code Achyut, ACHYUT, quite simple with them, and help them save 10% off flat. So you can be a good friend and a good colleague and a good family member to the other people around you, and share the code with them and use it for your own purposes as well. Right now, guys, this for those of you who are preparing for MBA exams, I'm sure many of you would be aiming at SNAP. So SNAP starts for Symbiosis National Aptitude uh, program. So typically in this case, the SNAP exam is used for admission into the Symbiosis colleges, as the name suggests. So it is connected with the Symbiosis colleges for their own intents, and all the Symbiosis colleges that are there. I mean, the famous ones I'm sure we know of: SIBM in Pune, SMHRD in Pune. Then you have SIMS, SIME. There are numerous Symbiosis colleges. There are more than 10 to 15 colleges that are there across the country, and SNAP will be used for admission by all of these colleges. There are some non-symbiosis colleges as well which use SNAP for their admission, but the primary purpose of SNAP is to get into the symbiosis-based colleges. Right now, what is the structure of SNAP? SNAP consists of quants and data interpretation. Unlike CAT, where the data interpretation is separate section, here the quants and data interpretation are combined to form a single section for 40 questions. Then you have the verbal ability section, which has 34 questions. And then you have the logical reasoning section, which is 36 questions. So as you can see the difference, the couple of changes here when you compare it with CAT or ZAT is that here quants and data interpretation is one. Normally in CAT, if you see data interpretation and LR is one section. Another thing that we can notice is that the verbal ability section has only 34 questions, meaning that out of all the sections in the exam, it is the least number of questions. On the other hand, if you were to see CAT or ZAT, you will notice that the verbal section typically has the maximum number of questions there. So you can safely say that that SNAP has least amount of weightage for verbal amongst all the MBA exams. Now, the in the verbal ability section for SNAP, of course, like any other MBA exam, there's a large component that is dedicated to RC passage and their RC questions. So that is common across all B school exams. And in SNAP, typically 60%, roughly 50 to 60% of the questions are based on RC passages. The remaining 50% are based on verbal ability. Now, what are the type of verbal ability questions that you can find in a SNAP exam? One of the most common type of questions in SNAP is a vocabulary based exam. In this, this is I think almost more than 10 to 12 questions that are based on vocabulary. So these would include your questions like analogy. These would include questions like your error spotting, your spelling checking, or your word root, or your definition based. So vocabulary based questions typically can easily cross into 10 questions in a single exam. Then you have your fill in the blanks, quite straightforward. You'll be given a sentence and you have to complete the words in those, fill in the blanks with those particular words. Then you have match the columns. So you'll be given two columns, and this is a English knowledge based question. You'll have to match the columns that can depend on their meaning or their and opposites or whatever. So you have to match the columns. Then you have sentence completion, where you'll be given a sentence and you have to ask, you'll be given options to complete a sentence, see which sentence, which of the options fits that particular sentence in terms of grammar and logic. And then of course we have the parajumbles, which is again a very common question across all the B school exams. And when you say CAT, ZAT, SNAP, IFT, NMAT, so parajumbles is a very common thing across all the exams, right? Now the level of difficulty, typically if you look at the verbal ability, since there's so many types of questions, it can vary. So the vocabulary based questions might be difficult for some people. Some of you might feel, who don't have a very good vocabulary, would find these questions difficult. But on the other hand, your fill in the blanks, match the columns, or your parajumbles are pretty simple. So I would rate, in terms of rating the difficulty of the verbal in the SNAP exam, I would rate it at roughly a 6 on a 10, where 10 is very difficult and on par with what the level of verbal difficulty is for CAT. So you get relatively easy to score in about half the questions in the verbal section of SNAP. So let's now look at some of the example questions that have come in the last few years in the actual SNAP papers to get an idea. So this question is from the 2018 paper. It says find the odd man out. Now how do you find the odd man out? In this case, you see there are 4 options. You'll see, try to understand what are the meanings of these 4 words and see which word has a different meaning from the other ones, or maybe a different usage. You have to see which one is different from the others. Okay. Now, for example, we say bemuse. We see some bemuse typically means to entertain. We talk about reusing. We know reuse it as part of using something more than once. Bewilder, we have confused. So bewilder, confuse, bemuse seem to be all talking on the side of confusion. Seem to be talking on the side of not clear about something. So we can clearly say that bemuse, bewilder, and confuse have the same meaning, while reuse, on the other hand, seems to have a different meaning here. So in that case, we can clearly say that reuse is the odd person out here, right? Then again, a similar question that came in the 2018 paper. So we have Epicurean, we have gourmet, we have gastronomist, we have hideous. Now gourmet relates to food, gastronomist is somebody who's a big fan of eating. Epicurean again relates to food related terminology, while hideous typically means something that is very ugly or harsh on the eyes. So hideous is very different from these 3 words. The first 3 words are focusing on food related things, the food related terms, right? So therefore we can clearly say that hideous is the odd man out of this particular group of words, right? Okay, then now we have come to fill in the blanks. Choose the appropriate words from the options given to fill in the blanks in the given sentence. The sentence is, the young man said that he had no dash riches. Now what are the options that are given here? No desire of riches, no desire for riches, desirous of riches, and desire on. Now let's try to fit each of the options here. The young man said that he had no desire of riches. So you don't have a desire of, you typically have a desire as a connecting thing. For example, if I'm desiring this mouse, so there's a hardcore connection between the desire and the desirable object. So in this case, when you say desire of, so it's not the desire of the object, the desire is actually of you with respect to something else. So who does the desire belong to? It belongs to you. It does not belong to the riches or the object. So desire of is not grammatically a correct option. Then we have desire for. Now that makes sense. The desire is with respect to, for with respect to the riches. Now that grammatically makes sense. But let's look at the other options as well. When you say desirous of, again desirous of is not correct, because you can't be desirous of riches. You can the of part again makes it grammatically incorrect, right? And the last is desire on. You don't desire on something, you have a desire with respect to something, so it has to be desire for the riches, right? So in this case, clearly desire for is the correct option here. Okay, right. Now again, this is a fill in the blank. Choose the appropriate words from the options to fill in the blanks in the given sentence. She kept all her dash in the bank locker. The first is Jewelery. Second is jewelries. Third is jewelry. D is jewelry but with no E. Now in this case, we can clearly eliminate Jewelry. I'm sure you guys know that this is not the correct spelling for jewelry. Then we have Jewelry. So this is where a lot of people make mistake. They assume that jewelry has a single L, but jewelry has double L. So we can clearly eliminate this as well. Now, some people think that plural of jewelry is jewelries, but that is not the case. Jewelry is a plural term that also means a plural as well as singular. So there is no such thing as jewelries. It's just jewelry. Like how we have people, you don't say peoples. Similarly, you don't say jewelries. You say jewelry only. Okay. So she kept all her jewelry. So we're talking about multiple things. So even in that case, it has to be jewelry and not jewelries. So do not mark jewelries. It is incorrect answer in that case. So C is the correct answer here. Okay. Now again, fill in the blanks from the 2018 paper. I wish that dash Harish was ill. I would have gone to see him. Okay. So I wish that let's start fill in all the blanks to see which of them suits this particular sentence. I wish that I was knowing Harish was ill. Okay. Now, when you say I was knowing, that means something that is only in the past tense, like only in the past tense. I was knowing means that the knowledge was there and then it disappeared. Okay. That would mean that the author would not have this awareness of this knowledge now. When you say I was knowing something, that means you don't know it now. But clearly, the fact is that we're discussing right now that this person is still ill. So if that is the case, it cannot we cannot have I was knowing when it refers to a knowledge piece that was only in the past but is not there anymore. But clearly, if the author is still talking about it, that means he still has a knowledge of this illness. So one is grammatically incorrect here. Second says I wish I had known. Okay. But the difference is when he says I had known is that it means that I wish that earlier I had known this, and now while I know this now, I wish I had known this earlier. Okay. So in this case, sorry guys. In that case, that makes sense. I wish that I had known Harish was ill means that the author knows that Harish is ill, but he or she only wishes that they had known it earlier. So then they could have gone and met him. So B makes grammatical sense. But let's look at the other options as well once. I wish that I know Harish was ill. So if you say I know Harish was ill, if you're talking about something, a knowledge in the past, okay. So you cannot have I know and then Harish was. I know is present tense and Harish was is past tense. So that's clearly incorrect, and you cannot have these two terms together. Okay. And the last one is I would have known. And the sentence becomes I wish that I would have known. So that makes the sentence unnecessarily complicated. I wish that I had known Harish was ill, I would have gone to see him. That makes it very complicated. So when you compare it with B becomes a better option when compared to D. So therefore, B has to be the right answer here in that case. Okay. Then now choose the correct meaning of the following idiom. So as I mentioned, there are some questions where they ask you the meaning of idioms and phrases and words that are not commonly used in the English language. So in this case, the idiom is mea culpa. So for those of you who are not aware of it, mea culpa is a Latin phrase, but it is very commonly used in English. So English has taken upon certain idioms, phrases, words from other languages. Like for example, from French, it has taken the word faux pas, bon appetit. So these words are commonly, while they're actually from different language, they have been absorbed into English language for common usage as well. So mea culpa is another example. It's a Latin phrase, but it is very commonly used in English as well. So what is the meaning of mea culpa? It actually means I am guilty. So it means Mia means me, culpa means culpable for a crime. So you're guilty, right? So when you say that the meaning of mea culpa is I'm guilty, which of the options do you think is most closely to the meaning with respect to the options here? I love you, no. I'm capable, no. I will do it, no. And last is I'm to blame. So I'm to blame is closest meaning to I'm guilty. So clearly in this case, I'm to blame is the closest to I'm guilty definition. So D is the right answer here. Okay. Then now we come to column matching. As I mentioned, there are column matching based sentences questions. So this is a prime example. Find the correct match of grammatical function with the usage of the word still. Okay. Now still seems to be can be used as a noun, adjective, verb, adverb. Okay. So then there are given sentences where the word still is used in this particular manner. The first is still waters run deep. Second is he wanted some stills for a magazine. Uh, C is the good news makes me still my fears. D is will you still love me? And when I'm old and grey. Now in A, it says still waters. So we're describing the water which runs deep, right? We're describing water. What are the waters? These are the still waters which run deep, meaning they are quite deep. So that is a clearly an adjective. So we get 2 as A. Now let's look at 2A option which is present where it is present. So we can clearly eliminate the first one because it is 2 as C. This one is 2 as A. So this is possibly a correct option. This one says 2 as A. This one says 2 as C. Now we have clearly eliminated the first option and the fourth option. So now we have to see between the second option and the third option. Okay. Now since now let's see many other words that we can understand. Okay. He wanted some stills for a magazine. Now when you say stills, so in the sentence number B, it's talking about photographs. So photographs are also referred to as stills. Okay. Now stills, when you're talking, it's being used as a photograph. So what is that? That is an object. So that is a noun. Okay. So since that means 1B should also be a correct match. Now out of the second option and third option, where do we have 1B? In the third one. So we have 1B, we have 2A, and then let's see what are the other options. It says 3C, which is 3C. The good news makes me still my fears. And then we have 4 as D. Adverb, will you still love me when I'm old and grey? So it matches together, right? So the correct option is the third one. 1B, 2A, 3C, 4D, right? Oh, I think we lost. Right, okay. Now again we have to find the grammatical usage of the word still along with the sentences that have that particular function being used, right? You never miss the water till the well runs dry. Tears well up in his eyes when he reads the letter. Still, the children behaved well. Acha, sorry, I'm sorry, I've written the question incorrectly. It should have been still. Well, sorry. So you never miss the water till the well runs dry. Tears well up in his eyes when he reads the letter. The children behaved well. They played hard. It was a well-deserved victory. Now, when we talk about the water in the well, so in this case, we're referring to the physical object well where we can draw the water from, right? So that's clearly a noun. So we can say 3 is A. Then we say that tears well up in his eyes. So that means tears come into his eyes. Okay. Now that seems like a verb to me because the tears are coming to his eyes. So the well refers to what the action the tears are doing. They're accumulating in his eyes. So one becomes as B. Okay. Then we have tears welled up in his eyes. Okay. The children behaved well. Okay, so we're describing the children. So what was the behavior like? It was good. So well behaves like an adjective here, right? Sorry, adverb. Sorry, my mistake. It behaves like it behaves like a adverb here. And third is adjective. It was a well deserved. What kind of victory? It was a well deserved victory, right? So C is adverb because we're talking about the behavior. We're describing the behavior. A behavior is a behave is a verb, and the kind of behavior was well. So in that case, C has to be an adverb, right? And that so lastly by elimination, D goes with adjective. So we have 1B, 2D, 3A, 4C. So which of these option matches that? 1B, 2D, 3A, 4C. So the first option. In this case, the first option is the correct one, right? Now, select the pair that best expresses the relationship similar to that expressed in this pair. So basically, these are your analogy questions. You have to understand what is the relation between the two words that is given, and you have to find another set that has the same relation between the two words given there. Okay. So when you have turmoil, you have turmoil and confusion. Now, when we talk about turmoil and confusion, we can clearly it a turmoil is basically how do we say when you have turmoil, that is things are not proper, right? For example, we can say that uh, due to the recent war, things were in a turmoil, things were not settled. Okay, so things that are not there a lot of disturbance that is there, that is happening, right? So that can lead to confusion, right? So you can say turmoil typically leads to confusion, but turmoil also means the same as confusion, right? Now let's see which of the following word options has the same relation between the words and all. Now we have caustic and sarcastic. Sarcastic, I'm sure we all know, people who use sarcastic comments and all the time and all. While caustic typically something that is bitter, it has a more negative connotation because caustic refers to something that burns, so it is bitter or angry. Well, sarcastic is using a certain tone, a certain like when you're trying to mock something, you use certain uh, language patterns, certain words to mock someone. So that is sarcastic. So they're not the same thing. While they seem to be similar, they're not actually the same thing. Okay. Then you come to transformation. Transformation typically, obviously, as you know, it means transforming from one thing to another, right? On the other hand, metamorphosis is a biological transformation, right? So I would say metamorphosis is a subset of transformation. They're not the same. Sorry. So metamorphosis is a subset of transformation. It is not the same, right? On the other hand, caustic and sarcastic are two different things. Then assassination and murder. Now in both the cases here, it would seem like people are being killed, but they're two separate things. Assassination refers to only when somebody is killed for a political reason, right? While murder refers to killing of someone. So assassination would become a subset of murder. They're not the same thing. It is assassination is a type of murder, right? So there it is not the same as turmoil confusion, which is essentially more or less the same thing, right? Now then we come to chaos and disorder. Chaos is of course means the same as disorder. You can also say that chaos leads to disorder here, but we can also look at their equal words in terms of their meaning and definition, right? The same as turmoil and confusion. So therefore we would say that out of all the options, turmoil, confusion would be analogous to chaos and disorder, right? Right. Okay. Now, next is do not eat the cake. Wait, dash your friends come. So the person is being told do not eat cake. Wait, and the friends are coming. So you have to wait for them. Okay. Now in this case, let's try to fill in all the options. See which of them make sense. Do not eat the cake. Wait when your friends come. That makes no sense. You have to wait when your friends come, or do you have to wait till when your friends come? That kind of makes sense. Okay. Then second option, so we can clearly eliminate option number A. Then we have option number B, which says for. Do not eat the cake. Wait for your friends come. That again doesn't make sense. We wait for your friends to come. So wait for what? For your friends to come here. Okay. But since there is no to, for doesn't fit here at all. Till. Do not eat the cake. Wait till your friends come. You have to wait till when? Till your friends come. That makes sense. Let's also check the fourth option. The fourth option says do not eat the cake. Wait as your friends come. That doesn't seem to make sense. As your friends says, like, it doesn't logically fit here. Like, you cannot wait as your friends. You have to wait for your friends or wait till your friends come, right? So you're waiting for your friends, like waiting. Okay, when will the friends come? Then only I'll eat cake. So you have to wait. When you say wait as, that doesn't. There's no connection between waiting and the eating that needs to be implied here, right? So as does not make sense. So we can say by elimination and by logical reasoning, till becomes the correct answer here, right? Study hard dash you will not pass the exam. So this is also another fill in the blanks. So let's try to fill it with all the options that have been given. Study hard for you will not pass the exam. Now the thing is, we are saying that if in one case, if you don't study, then something is going to happen, right? Which is not going to pass the exam. So there has to be a sentence that shows that there's that the opposite way, like if you do this, then if you don't do this, then the opposite will happen of what is given there. So if you say study hard for you will not pass the exam, that means that even if you study hard, because you study hard, you will not pass the exam. That makes no sense. Study hard for you will not pass the exam, right? Then we have so A is clearly not the option here. Then we have else. Study hard, else you will not pass the exam. Now we say it. What this sentence means is if you don't study hard, then you will not pass the exam, right? So that makes sense. That grammatically seems correct. So we can say that B is the right answer, but we'll check the other options as well. C says study hard, then you will not pass the exam. That means that if you study hard, then because of that you will not pass the exam, which makes no logical sense. Obviously, if you study hard, you will pass the exam, right? So else made sense because it said that if you study hard, or else you will not pass the exam, meaning that if you don't study hard, you will not pass the exam. But then me indicates that because you're studying hard, you will not pass the exam. So it's the opposite of the previous option, and it makes no logical sense. We can clearly eliminate then. D says study hard, still you will not pass the exam. That means that there's no point in studying because anyways this person will not pass the exam, and that's a very negative thing. So it stands to reason that else would be here because they're trying to say that if you don't study, there'll be consequences of you not passing the exam. So it makes logical sense to see else as the correct option here, right? Now then we have the synonyms for usurp. So usurp is basically when you snatch something. So when we say that uh, the king usurped his enemy's land, the king usurped someone else's, or we can say that China is usurping India's territory. That means to forcibly take, right? You take what is not yours, correct? Now, what are the options that have been given here? When you have abdicate typically refers to when you leave something that has been given to you. For example, you have a king who leaves their throne. Okay, so let's say the king of a kingdom say that I refuse to be the king. So that is called abdicate your responsibilities, right? Then you have capitulate, right? So capitulate typically means to resist something, right? You give in to something. So if you are resisting something and then you stop resisting it, that is you capitulate, you yield. So let's say we can say that in the match the second team capitulated, meaning that earlier they were resisting, they were fighting back very hard against the main team, and then they gave up, and that is why they. So maybe that's why they lost. So capitulate is basically to give up your efforts in terms of resisting, right? Then we have adjudge. So sorry, my bad. So when you talk about adjudge, it typically means that it's a legal term. When we talk about courts, when we talk about court cases, you'll say that the court adjudged that this person should be given the property. So that was a legal decision. It was a legal decision of outcome that is adjudge, right? And then we have enroach. Enroach means to forcibly take someone's, like, let's say I have a property next to my neighbors and I forcibly build a wall slightly further onto his property. That means I'm enroaching his property. Like I'm staying on places which are not they don't belong to me, right? So in that case, enroach becomes the closest in meaning to usurp, because enroach means you're intruding on someone else's things, someone else's property, or something that belongs to someone else. Well, usurping means forcibly take. So enroach and usurp seem to be very close in their meanings here, right? So we can say enroach is the correct option in this case, right? Then we have flagrant. Flagrant is basically an excessive. So we have said if there's a flagrant violation of rules, this is an excessive, too much obvious violation of the rules that is being done by the politicians. So we say that he flagrantly cheated. So we know that he very openly cheated in the exam, right? So that is flagrant. Then we have the options meek. Meek is someone who's very timid, who's very shy, someone who's very soft spoken, gentle. So that is meek. And that is not the same as flagrant, right? Then we have sweet smelling. Sweet smelling is quite self-explanatory, and you can clearly tell that it is not. It doesn't mean the same as flagrant here, because flagrant, as I said, is excessive, openly, right? So sweet smelling is not the answer. Blatant. Blatant is again, I think, same as flagrant, because it talks about something excessive. So when you say blatant violation of rules or flagrant violation of the rules, that means excessive, open violation of something, right? Blatantly is openly and excessively types. So blatant and flagrant would be similar in their meaning. And last is flagship. Flagship is something that is the number one. So for example, when we say for colleges, when there's a flagship course, it means they're number one, the most important course for a college. That's a flagship course, right? So flagship refers to something that is the number one or an important thing, right? Well, flagrant is excessive, open. So that's clearly that. Sorry. So it's clear that flagrant and flagship are not the same words, right? Sorry. Then we have ostentatious, right? Ostentatious typically means something that is very excessive. So when we have talked about ostentatious weddings in India, we say that they are very excessive in nature, right? There's a lot of money spent, there's a lot of showiness, there is a lot of showing off, there is a lot of trying to impress people, right? So an ostentatious wedding, or we say that his house was quite ostentatious, meaning it was designed to impress. So when we say Ambani's house, Antila, it's quite ostentatious. So you can see that, you can understand it means that it is designed to impress, right? To show off. Then let's look at the options. We have modest. I think that's clearly well known. Modest means someone who's humble and who doesn't brag about themselves. So that's clearly different in its meaning. Then we have pretentious. Pretentious means pretending to be something that you are not. So then we have flamboyant. Flamboyant is very excessive, character. So when you have excessive, when you're talking about um so when you talk about actors, or actresses, we say that some of them are flamboyant. So what it means is that typically uh, someone who tries to attract attention, okay, because of their behavior. So if we say Ranveer Singh, for example, we know that he's a very flamboyant personality. We can say that Karan Johar is a very flamboyant personality. You know that they have a very stylish, over the top kind of personality or behavior, right? So flamboyant typically refers to a person or their behavior, right? Then we have obtrusive. Obtrusive is intruding into someone's personal space. So you can say that our neighbors are very obtrusive because they don't give us any privacy, right? So when you intrude into someone's space, that is obtrusive. Now in this case, you have to choose the antonym, not the synonym. In the previous questions, if you notice, we were trying to select the synonym, but here you have to select the antonym, meaning you have to find the opposite meaning word. In this case, since we know ostentatious means showing off and over the top, trying to impress people. In this case, the only word that is opposite in meaning to it would be modest. Flamboyant actually is a synonym of ostentatious. It's not an antonym. Antonym is the opposite. So the opposite of trying to show off and all is modest. Someone who doesn't show off much, someone who's very quiet and all. So modest is the right answer here. Okay. Then it says change the speech. I have won the race. Okay, let's see the options here. Okay, we have to change this particular sentence. The person is saying that he has won some particular race. Okay, he said that he had won the race. Okay, now the thing is, this refers to something that happened in the past tense. Well, if you see the sentence, it says I have won the race, meaning it's talking about, the author is talking about something in the present. So it means that something that has happened now, something so first one, so first one says he said that he had won the race, right? Then the second one says said that he has won the race. Okay. Third says he said he have won the race. Then fourth is he said that the race has been won. We can clearly eliminate option number 4 because it doesn't mention who has won the race. It says that he said that the race has been won, but by whom? So sentence number 4 is incorrect because it ignores the point that has been made in this sentence that says that the author has won the race. Then the third option that says he said he have won the race. Now it should have been he said he won the race. In that would have been grammatically correct. Now having the fact that there's a have here means that it's a redundant word, unnecessary usage of a word that is not necessary here. So have should not be in this place. It should be ideally if the sentence said he won the race, that would have been correct. But because they have used redundant words here, we can clearly eliminate option number 3. Now then we have option number 1 and 2. The first one says he said that he had won the race, and second one says that he has won the race. Okay. Now, how do you select the correct option between the two? The only difference is had and has. Okay. Now, he has won the race. He had. In this case, had won refers to something that had happened only in the past, not something recently. Well, clearly, the author is talking about something more recent. I have won the race. Okay, so it talks about something that is more recently in the present. So clearly, here the second option would be the correct one. He said that he has won the race. Okay, meaning it is he or she is he's talking about something that has happened in the recent present. While this one talks clearly about something that happened in the past tense. So we can say that out of 1 and 2, this is the correct option. Second is the correct option. I seem to have marked the correct answer here. So please ignore this one. The second option should be the correct option here. This should be the correct answer here, right? Change the speech. Wait till I get back here. Wait there till I get back, please. She told the boys. Okay. She requested the boys to wait there till she would return. Okay. She asked the boys to wait till I come back. She requested the boys to wait there till she got back. She requested the boys to wait there till she comes back. Okay. Now, clearly we can eliminate option number 4 because it is not grammatically correct. She comes back and could have been until she wait there till she came back. Okay. So since we're talking about past tense, okay, it should have been until she came back. So came is the past tense of come, right? So 4 is grammatically incorrect and we can straight away eliminate option number 4, right? Then let's look at the first 3 options. She requested the boys to wait there till she got back, right? So since we're saying please, because there's a please, that means it's a request. She's not telling them. So when you ask someone something, you don't use a please. When you're saying please, you're requesting them for something. You're giving them an option. So, or when you tell someone to wait there, that means you're telling them something. But when you tell them to please wait there, then you're requesting them to wait there. So request is if you see the starting of the sentence, requested is correct. So, but the second one says she asked the boys. So we can eliminate the second option as well because it does not have request in the first half of the sentence, right? So we have eliminated option number 2 and option number 4. We're left with option number 3 and option number 1. Right? What's the difference? She requested the boys to wait there till she would return, till she got back. Okay. Out of these two, till when you talking about return, your return means when you're going away, far away, right? So return would have been more apt if she was going on a something like return from some place. So when you say return, you have to mention return from what, right? So you say till she would return from her home. You are mentioning the destination as well. Where do you return from, right? So it first sentence would have been correct if it had been uh, structured as she requested the boys to wait there till she till she returned from her home or from her job. Also, the sentence is structured as till she would return. So it would have been till she returns or till she returned. But till she would return, it's talking about future. So since we're talking about something that happened in the past, we cannot use future tense. Till she would return. Okay. So one is also not grammatically correct. That leaves us with C. She requested the boys to wait there till she got back. Right. So that makes sense because she asked them to wait. She requested them to wait till she got back from wherever she had gone. And got back is also in past tense, so we know that it's correct because in the past she had gone somewhere and then she came back. So got back. Okay. Right. Now next question is the options given below combine to form a meaningful sentence. Identify the erroneous statement from among the options. Right. So now we have to see which one is incorrect here. I am fully aware that this is sentence number 1. My wife is one of those who is totally committed to the family and its well-being. Now, when we look at it grammatically, right, I think it makes sense. This person is fully aware that his wife is someone who's fully committed to the family and to the family's well-being. Okay, so grammatically, the sentence is structured correctly. Now, let's see if we can find any other spelling or punctuation mistakes here, right? So, for example, it should be its, not it apostrophe. So this part is correct. Anything else that we can notice? Yes, totally has been misspelled. So if you remember, I had mentioned that the word totally has to be that the snap paper checks for sentence for spelling mistakes as well. So here it should have been T-O-T-T T-O-T-A-L-L-Y. So there should be been a double L here, right? So sentence number 3 is incorrect about because there's a spelling mistake there. So we can clearly say that sentence number 3 is incorrect here. Okay, right. Now the options given below combine to form a meaningful sentence. Identify the erroneous statements from the among the options. Okay, he made me to wait for him while he changed his coat as it was cold. Okay, now in this case it's clear cut. If you see the first sentence itself, it says he made me to wait. You don't make someone to wait, you make someone wait. So it would have been he made me wait for him while he changed his coat as it was cold. Okay. So here clearly the sentence number 1 is incorrect because it should have been you make someone wait. You don't make someone to wait. Okay, you make someone wait. So it should have been he made me wait. Simple, no to. Right. Then we come to this one here. Look at the underlined part of the sentence below. The sentence is given 3 possible substitutes for the underlined part. If one of them is better than the underlined part, mark that as the answer. If none of the substitution improve the sentence, mark no improvement as your answer. So in this case, you basically whatever has been underlined, we have to see if we can replace it with any of the options, and if nothing can be nothing replaces the option, then we have to mark the last one, no improvement, as the correct answer, right? Now let's see the sentence. The winter was such severe that even water in the taps was frozen, and this created a lot of inconvenience to everyone in the family. So we're talking about severe winter. Okay, so we're saying it was that level of severe that water also froze. So the sentence is the winter was such severe, right? The options are severe so much, so severe, severe such. In that case, it should be so severe. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Even the teachers say like, I'll give you punishment so severe that your parents will be called to the school, right? We would have heard this in our school days. So it should be here. Uh, we can clearly see that the sentence is incorrect. Such severe is uh, incorrect, right? So anyways, we know right away no improvement cannot be the right answer. There are the remaining options. Severe, if you see the first option, it says the winter was severe so much that doesn't make sense. You have to talk about the degree of the severeness before the word itself. So it says so severe. So severe makes sense here. Similarly, option number C, which says severe such, that doesn't make grammatical sense and can be ignored. So the only remaining right answer is option number B, so severe. Okay, right. Similar sentence question like the previous one. Look at the underlined part of the sentence below. The sentence is given three possible substitutes for the underlined part. If one of them is better than the underlined part, mark that as the answer. If none of the substitutions improve, mark no improvement. Right. So let's look at the sentence quickly. The members of his family are coming in this train, and I'm sure that it will be a memorable for all of them. So when we're talking about coming, via a train, you say you're coming by the train. Okay, you're coming through the train. So the train is a medium for reaching some place, right? So you say I'm coming by road. I'm coming by on the train. So I guess. In this case it would be by the, yeah, by. So like we say we're coming by road, we're coming by the train, we're coming by train, we're coming by car, we're coming by flight. So by, when it comes to talking about something transporting, it makes sense. Another, on would mean that they're sitting on top of the train. Okay, so if they're coming on the train, that means they're sitting on top of the train. That doesn't make sense, right? With the train would mean that they're coming beside the train. So the train is going to come and they are also going to come with the train. So it's like dragging them along. So you'll say coming with it. So I'll say bring your friend along with you. So you're bringing a friend with you side by side, but you're not coming side by side with the train, right? You're going to come use the train as a means of reaching that particular place, correct? And coming in this train means that the train structure, they're placed inside the train structure, meaning if there's a wall, they're placed inside the wall, they're placed inside the very train itself. So that doesn't make sense. So even no improvement is not the right option. So therefore by becomes the only correct option here. It has to be the members of his family are coming by this train, and I'm sure it will be a memorable trip. So you can ignore the second half of the sentence if it gets too long. So see on the first half, the members of this family are coming by this train, right? Okay. Okay. Now this is a very unique question. Some words are given below. In which order should they be arranged to give us affirmative sentence so that the part of the day comes last? So the part of the day has to come at the last. Okay. So guys, while you quickly look at this, I think let's take a 2 minute quick bathroom break so that we can, join back soon. I'll be back in 1 minute. So please take a bathroom break. We'll join back soon. Right. Sorry about that, folks. Let's continue. Just 1 minute. Right. Now, so as you mentioned, we have these words. You have to arrange them into a affirmative sentence, and in this case the part of the day should come at the last, right? So how do we arrange this? Okay, so at evening again last met we her hospital. So clearly the first sentence has to be, its first word has to be we met her, so it has to be 657 because they're talking about, so we start with who met whom. We met her. Okay, where did we meet? We met her, we met her again. So that's the part of the, so it says we met her again. Okay, so it would be six. We met her again at the hospital. We met her again. Okay, it should be we met her again last evening at the hospital. So it would be 6571 sorry 6573421198. So the sentence would mean that we met that particular person again. So apparently they had met previously, but they met again last evening. They met them last evening. And where did they meet? At the hospital, right? So 65734219, right? Okay, sorry, you guys, we missed out. It says that the part of the day comes last. So we met her again at the hospital. So it should have been we met her at the hospital again last evening. So it would be we met her. So 657. So it would mean we met her at the hospital again, comma last evening, because the question states what we have to see, that the part of the day should come last, right? So in that case, the sequence becomes 657. We met her uh, at the hospital 198 again 3 last evening. So we met her again. We met her at the hospital again last evening. So they're saying that they met her at the hospital previously, and then they met her there again in the hospital, and this happened last evening. So 657198342. Okay. Now, in a class, roll number 101 states that the plural of the word crisis is crisis. Roll number 2 states that the plural is crises. And roll number 103 states that the plural is crisis itself. Okay. The roll number of the student who gave the correct answer is, which of these three do you think is the proper spelling of a plural of crisis? Okay. Now, roll number 101 says that IS should become ES, while 102 says that there should be another ES at the end of it. But out of all these, 103 is the one who is correct, because crisis by itself is a plural. Crisis does not have definition. For example, hair is also a plural. It can be used, so people say hairs, so there should not be hairs. Similarly, crisis is not a word. Crisis is by itself the plural of itself, right? So so there are certain words like these which you have to be careful about, which when plural don't change their sentence, change the structure. So typically we're used to adding s or es when making plural, but there's certain words which are exception to that rule. So make sure you're aware of those words before you are writing the exam. Okay. Now then it says there are 4 boards in a. Achha, sorry, my mistake. I think I got it wrong. Crisis. So in crisis, the plural form does include es. I think my mistake on that front. Crisis is a singular one, and crisis is with es becomes a plural of crisis. I think that I think I got that wrong, and I apologize for that. Uh, so yes, so crisis by itself is singular, and the plural of that becomes crisis. Okay. Okay. Let's go for the next question. There are 4 boards in a business school which have displayed the meaning of the term. That means a process by which an independent person makes an official decision that ends a legal disagreement without the need for it to be solved in court. Right now, basically, this means arbitration. Okay. Now, arbitration is they've given the definition about a process where an independent person makes an official decision for ending a legal disagreement. Now, what is the correct spelling? Now, we have board one that is ARBITRATION. Now, then we have board number 2, which is arbitration. Then board 3, it says arbitration. Board 4 is arbitration. Okay. Now, clearly we can say that board number 2, 3, and 4 are incorrect, right? Because it's a clear-cut spelling that arbitration is it's pronounced as arbitration, right? So, anyways, and arbit has to have bit. So clearly we can eliminate board number 2, 3, and 4 as the wrong answers, and board number 1 thus becomes the right answer here. Okay. Right. In an English test, column A gives a word, column B gives its past participle, and column C gives the code of the pair as follow. Okay. Now, which code should Shamu choose if he's asked to choose the correct pair of word and its corresponding past participle? Okay. Now, past participle, what do you mean by, so we know the word is where, okay, and you have to see what is the past participle of it. Now, in this case, what is the participle of a word? Typically, something that, when you say id, so let's say finish, finished, okay, it's a form of a verb, for a verb where you put a ed, he finished his work, okay. He enjoys, past participle would be enjoyed, he enjoyed going to work, right? So in this case, typically we say here, because now when you talk about wear, you cannot say weird, wered, that cannot be done, okay. So in that case, the past participle has to become worn, worn, right? Because while typically the past participle for most words do include vd, for where you cannot use ed. Where's past participle, in fact the past becomes worn. So therefore option 3 was the right answer. And anyways, wear can't remain wear and can't be wearing. That's not past. So 3 had to be the right answer. 4 friends, 1, 2, 3, and 4 are arguing on who is right in stating an English proverb. Okay. One states that the correct proverb is a swarm in May is not worth a load of hay, a swarm in June is worth a full moon, but a swarm in July is not worth a fly. Okay. 2 states that the proverb is a swarm in May is not worth a load of hay, a swarm in July is worth a loony tune, but a swarm in July is not worth a fly. 3 states the proverb as a swarm in May is not worth a load of hay, a swarm in June is worth a silver spoon, but a swarm in July is not worth a fly. 4 states, okay, so basically they're all giving variations of the same proverb, but it's just changing one word, okay. A states that swarm in May is not worth a load of hay. Second states that swarm in May is worth again a load of hay. And then the point is the second part of the sentence. A swarm in June is worth a full moon. So, and this one says worth a loony tune. This one says worth a silver spoon, and fourth says worth a golden moon, right? So the thing is, we're talking about decreasing order in terms of importance of the swarm. So a swarm is worth a load of hay, which seems to be very important, right? And then the last is a swarm in July is not worth a fly, meaning it has decreased importance. Okay. So it means that in June it has an importance, but not as much as uh, a load of hay, right? So what are the things? Worth a full moon. Does full moon have any value? Is it important? Is it valuable? No, it is not. Is a Looney Tune important? It just talks about the less. In fact, it's the opposite. It makes it less important. It's worth a silver spoon. Yes. Now that makes sense. That because if it is worth a silver spoon, okay, that's quite costly and necessary. So yes, it can be worth a silver spoon. And then fourth is it's worth a golden boon, right? Is it worth a golden boon? Again, boon. What is a golden boon? We know what is a boon, but we don't know what is a golden boon. Boon is basically a wish that is granted to you, right? So when we say a swarm is worth a golden boon, we don't know what it means, and it doesn't give us a clear-cut idea of the importance of the swarm in June. So clearly, third has to be the right option. Here it says a silver spoon, right? So here, this is not a very common phrase, but based on the, if you see the rest of the structure of the proverb, you can understand that there's a certain message that is being trying to be told here, that this swarm is very important in May, less important in June, and absolutely not important in July, right? So we have to find for the, and since all the options are similar, a swarm in May is not worth a load of hay, and then the third part, the swarm in July is not worth a flies, given all the options, the only differentiating has to be in the second part. So here we see that full moon, Looney Tune, silver spoon, and golden moon, which is most valuable out of these three, is one we have to select. So silver spoon is important, so we select silver spoon, right? Right. Now then it says to catch a tartar means to do what? Now what does tartar mean? Okay. Basically tartar is what you would say, something, uh, that the buildup that we have in the the teeth. You seen those buildup that some people have, that yellow buildup on their teeth, right? They that is called as tartar. That's why if you see dentists talk about removing of tartar and plaque very commonly in their ads, right? That you have to remove tartar, you have to find toothbrushes that remove tartar effectively, right? Now, in this case, when you say to catch a tartar, now you're not going to actually catch the buildup on your teeth. But when you understand what tartar means, you can try to guess the meaning of this particular phrase. Okay, if you're catching a tartar, it's something that is unexpected, right? Typically, something that is powerful. Okay, so when you say to catch a tartar, you have to catch someone who's very dangerous or very difficult to catch, right? So So in this case, to trap wanted criminal, it's not about a wanted criminal. It can be a non-wanted criminal, but who can be dangerous. So it's about someone who's more than a match for you, right? On the other hand, some on this case, I think so. Three is also quite similar. Someone more match, but second is more stronger. When you say to catch a dangerous person, so while when you're trying to catch a dangerous person, it is someone who's more than your match. But the fact is that 2 is a better suited option in this case than 3. And to meet with disaster can be clearly eliminated because it's talking about catching someone, right? So out of 2 and 3, 2 is a better suited option here because it clearly means to catch a very dangerous person. A tartar is a dangerous person because like how buildup of a tartar is very dangerous for your teeth's health. Similarly, to catch a tartar means to catch a dangerous person, right? Then we say a leopard can't change its dash. Now, what does a leopard have? Does it have dots on its back? Are they called? It has those round things. Are they called dots? Are they called stripes? It doesn't have stripes. A leopard can't change its color. Anyway, a leopard cannot change its color. It's not a chameleon. So we say a leopard can't change its spots. So it's called the spots. What it has, those dots on the back are called spots, not dots. So therefore, the correct answer should be none of the above. A leopard can't change its spots. It's a very common phrase. That means somebody, you cannot change someone, right? So when you say that asking politicians to be honest is like asking a leopard to change its spots. So you can say you can't ask a politician to be, you can't expect a politician to be honest, because it is because a leopard can't change its spots, meaning the politicians will always be dishonest and leopard's spots will always remain the same, right? Then, so sober, sometimes serious, Sam smiles on silly things is a hyperbole. Is it a assonance? Is it a anaphora? Is it a alliteration? Right. So what is a hyperbole? Okay, hyperbole typically means when you're talking about some exaggerated sentence that you don't take seriously. Okay. So is this a exaggerated sentence that's so sober? It's a very silly sentence, right? So sober, sometimes serious, Sam. So we can clearly see that it is a silly sentence here and that matches here, right? Uh, Now, assonance typically refers to when um, it's a poetic device that is used. So when you say, uh, for example, it's a when you talk about nearby words which rhyme. Okay, how do we give an example for this? Uh, so when there are one or two words which have the same focus on the vowel sound, right? So when we say it's hot and it's monotonous, right? It's awe. The focus is on in hot, it's on awe. It's pronounced as awe. And it's monotonous. So hot and monotonous. Okay, so there's same focus on the vowel in adjacent words. But here is that this case. So sober, sometimes serious, Sam smiles on silly things. So there is not much of an essence that is being, again, like I said, it is typically used as a poetry device in poems, right? Then we have anaphora. Anaphora typically refers to something, uh, something that is used to refer to something that has already been used there, right? In a previous part of the sentence. So say that thing. So when you say a bat is useful in cricket, it is used to hit the ball. So it is a anaphora because it is referring something that has been already been referred to as in this sentence, right? Then you have alliteration. Basically, uh, so now alliteration seems is when you have multiple words, okay, that have the same letter or the same sound at the starting. So it's so sober, sometimes serious, Sam smiles on silly things, right? So an alliteration would be typically something. Now this sentence would have been an alliteration, except that it has two words which don't have s in it. So on and things have o and t. So in that case, for example, if it would be something like, we used to see those tongue twisters, Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled pepper. So there's those tongue twisters are called alliterations because you see each of them has a p below it, or seashells by the seashore. So that is why it's confusing to say, because it is so very similar sounding and the same starting letter, right? But this one, well, this sentence might seem like an alliteration because there are multiple words that start with s, but it is not the same sound at the beginning of the each of the letters. First one is so, second is sober, then third one is sometimes. Not so, it is sir, sometimes. Fourth one is C for serious. Then fifth one is Sam, sa. Sixth one is smiles, sir. So Sam and smiles is same S. Then silly. So you have so the four sounds that you have is so, si, sa. Okay, so it's not the same sound that is at the starting of all the words. That is why it is not an alliteration. Well, this would seem like an alliteration. It is not. It's actually just a hyperbole. It is just a silly sentence that has no meaning attached to it. So it is has to be a hyperbole here, right? Okay. Now then we have the mother. The strength given by my mother is bigger than the cosmic energy in the cosmos. So obviously this is an exaggeration, right? So it's not necessarily an actual thing. It's just a form of comparison, right? So in this case, this is clearly a metaphor that is being told here. The strength given by mother is bigger than the cosmic energy in this cosmos. So that's clearly a metaphor, right? Then, okay, this is something that came in the CAT 2015 paper. Okay, the word cacti is of Latin origin, and it can also be replaced by So the cacti typically refers is the word that we use for I think the plant that we see in the desert. So it can be used by cactus. So cactus and cacti are used interchangeably. There is no there is no cactuses. There is no cactusas. There is no plural. Cactus is a plural of cacti. Okay. So cactus can replace cacti. Okay, I think that's quite straightforward because I think we have all studied these in our biology classes in our school days, right? The word trousers is of French origin. It can also be replaced by trousers. Now, trousers, we can already guess that trousers is uh, similar to the English word trousers. Okay, but so you might think that A is the right answer, but in option number A, there are double S, so it is not correct spelling. And other ones it says trousers is incorrect, but trousers with a single S would have been the right answer. But because the first option is double S, it is incorrect and therefore none of the above. It can actually be replaced by the word trousers. So the ideal answer should have been trousers. But since we don't have that option, it becomes none of the above, right? The singular of the word scarves is spelled as, okay, scarf, scarfy, scarf. The singular, what is the singular word of scarves? It is scarf, SCARF, not SCARFE. And that is why it should be none of the above, right? Now, drawing pins in British English is referred to as something in American English. So there are certain words that you might have seen that are different in British English and American English, right? For example, if we use highway in British English, is called as expressway in American English. Uh, a lift in British English is referred to as elevator in American English, or GREAY, the color gray, is spelled as GRAY in American English. So there is a lot of slight subtle differences between British English and American English. So what is called the drawing pins that we use, the ones on the cardboard boards that we use to pin, that are called as thumbtacks or thumb pins in American English because they use thumbs to push them in. They have these round bases that you can use to push them in. So they're actually called thumb pins in American English, right? So A has to be the correct answer here, right? Sorry. Okay. So this one I forgot accidentally. Aubergine is basically eggplant. What we call as eggplant is our brinjal. What we call as brinjal is called as eggplant in USA and aubergine in Britain, right? Complete the collocation word. So what are collocation words? Basically, collocation words refers to when you have a collection of words, right? How do I say it? So when you have two words that are paired together frequently, right? So for example, when you talk about Sachin Tendulkar, we say master blaster. They're typically used together, right? Or we say um, uh, um, tall building, right? Especially when you're in a metro city, you'll more commonly use tall building than say normal building, right? So there are words that are typically very frequently used together, right? So which of these words is very frequently used with the word weapon? Nuclear weapon, atomic weapon, molecular weapon, electronic weapon. So clearly nuclear weapon is the correct answer here because nuclear weapon is very frequently used. When you talk about atomic bombs, they're technically a nuclear weapon, the type of weaponry which is nuclear based. So you have your conventional weapons which are guns, and then you have your nuclear weapons which are your atomic bombs. So here it should be a nuclear weapon. So that's a category of weapon, nuclear based weapons. And one example is the atomic bomb. Then you have the hydrogen bomb. Then you have the fusion bombs. So these bombs are all types of nuclear weapons, right? So that's the main category. Then seminal. Seminal typically is something. Now, when do you have seminal news? Do you have seminal river? Do you have nuance? Do you have seminal research? Right? Seminal typically refers to something that influences later developments, right? Something something that affects later development. So when you have seminal news, does it affect later developments? Technically, it might affect, right? News can affect later events. River and seminal nuance make no sense. Seminal research is very commonly used to refer to things research that can later on have an effect on other developments of or other researches, right? So seminal research is a very common collocation of words that is used especially in the scientific space, right? The idiom against the clock means, I think this is a very common phrase that I think we have all would have heard. Against the clock, basically it means you are trying to you're racing against the clock, right? You're trying to do something before the time gets over, right? You don't have enough time, you're racing against the clock, right? So the clock is ticking and you're still racing against it to get your work done. So typically, if you see the option that says break the rules, rush and short on time, go back to the past, look at the past, B makes more sense. So when you're saying I was racing against the clock to finish my homework, it means you're rushing and short on time to finish your homework. It doesn't mean that you're going back to the past or looking at the past or breaking the rules. It clearly means that you're rushing and you're short on time, right? The idiom buy a lemon means, right? Now, this is something that is very commonly used when you say buy a lemon. Okay, it is a mean of saying that let's hope you find something good. Okay, it is a way of saying why you say good luck is that lemon is supposed to ward off the evil spirits, right? So when you say buy a lemon, that means you're warding off the evil spirits and the bad luck, and you're getting good luck, right? So that is why option number A, a superstitious way to say good luck, uh, is the correct answer here. Another meaning of buy a lemon is that when you um, typically buy is it refers to something that does not work, right? Uh, Typically a vehicle, right? That does not seem to work well. So when let's say if you buy a Maruti car and you know that Maruti car is supposed to be very uh, uh, reliable, okay, but somehow the Maruti car that you get seems to have problems from day one. The engine has problems, the gearbox has trouble. So you'll say that I bought a lemon. That okay. In that case, it talks about something that does not work as expected and always gives you problems. So a problematic item is when you say buy a lemon. Okay, when you say that I bought a lemon. Okay, so but you don't say to someone. It says that I buying a lemon, bought a lemon. But when you tell someone buy a lemon, that means you're telling them to buy a lemon for good luck, right? Now next we have Kedar uses the following sentence to introduce himself. Choose the correct option. Myself Kedar, I belong to Mumbai. Myself Kedar and I am from Mumbai. Myself Kedar from Mumbai. None of these options are correct. The way to introduce is my name is Kedar or I am Kedar. Then I belong to Mumbai. So saying myself with a name is never the correct way of introducing yourself. So Kedar should introduce himself saying, I am Kedar or my name is Kedar, not myself Kedar. So none of these options are correct. Clearly, we can eliminate all the options here, and therefore the correct answer is none of the above, right? Then Ram uses the following sentence to tell the time of the day. The Shyam. To which one of this is the correct sentence? It is 2 p.m. in the afternoon. It is 2 p.m. It is 2 p.m. in the noon. It is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It is 2 p.m. in the afternoon is incorrect because 2 p.m. already indicates that it is uh, afternoon, because we know that 2 p.m. is cannot be confused with night, right? Nobody will think that 2 p.m. means in the night. So in the afternoon is a redundant thing. So we can clearly eliminate this. Similarly, in the noon is also redundant. You don't need to say. Okay. So there are two ways that he can say it is 2 p.m. or it is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, if you say in the afternoon, when you say it's 2 o'clock, typically that is more accurate. 2 p.m. Is used in more formal settings, that the meeting will be set for 2 p.m. Right? On the other hand, when you're telling that time to someone, it's more accurate to say it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay. So here D is the correct option. Okay. In the following questions, parts have been underlined. If any rule of correct English is violated, then it could only be in the underlined part. Marked as 1, 3, 4. So the option before. Okay. So now we have 4 parts. Now we have to see which ones are incorrect. Okay. My parents, one, are Indians, but I am born in Sydney. Okay. Now here I can clearly see that two mistakes. One is that the word parents has been capitalized. It should not be capital. It's not a proper noun. This is a common noun. Parents are a common noun. So they should have been small p. So we know sentence number 1 is incorrect. Now, when you say I am born, you cannot, that meaning this author was born just now, but that doesn't make sense. This person, this author cannot be a talking baby, right? So the author would be referring to their birth, which was many years back. So it should have been I was born in Sydney, right? So I am born in Sydney doesn't make sense. It should have been I was born in Sydney. So sentence number 1 and sentence number 3 are clearly incorrect, and therefore we can see option number B is the correct option here, right? So in Snap, they even look at, like I said, it does not just the grammatical mistake, but it's a punctuation, grammar, spelling mistakes that you have to look out for. Unlike cat focuses mainly on the grammatical structures, right? Same type of question. Standing on the top of the tower, the whole city could be seen. Okay, standing on the top of the tower, the whole city could be seen. So here none of them are incorrect. Okay, this sentence seems to be correct. Standing on the top, the top. Okay, so here it should have been standing on top of the tower, not on the top. So there's a mistake which is here. There's no mistake here or of the tower could be seen. These 3 parts are correct. So we have to focus on the underlined parts only. So the underlined parts are correct. On the top is not underlined. So none of the options have to be marked, and therefore we can say none of the above is the correct answer here. Okay. Right. Ganesh is taller than Ramesh, but Anoop is more taller, right? Sorry, it should have been like this. Now we have to see which of these 1, 2, 3, 4 is incorrect. Is Ganesh is taller than Ramesh, but Anoop is more taller. It should have been, if Anoop is taller than Ganesh and Ramesh, then Anoop should be the tallest. Then it should be Anoop is tallest. Okay, so only sentence number 4 is incorrect, because is would still be there when we say Anoop is tallest. So it should not be more taller, it should be tallest in sentence number 4. So the correct option is only 4. Okay. Now this is from the 2014 SNAP paper. Choose the correct antonym for the word below from the options provided. Native. So basically, native is someone who lives in place. So for example, I'm native to India, or you can say that Donald Trump or George Bush are natives of USA. So that means you're belonging to a place, right? So when you belong to a place, right, that's my native. You say you're indigenous to the place. You originated in that place. So indigenous is the correct. Sorry. Indigenous is, we have to find the correct antonym, right? Antonym means you have to find the opposite of the particular word. Indigenous. Now indigenous would be a synonym for native. So in this case, foreign would be the right answer, because foreign is the opposite of native. So if I'm a native of a particular place, then somebody who's a foreigner would be foreign from that place, right? So the opposite, the antonym for native is foreign. I've marked the answer correctly. Please ignore that. Choose the correct antonym for the word from the word below, right? So what is the word attenuate? Attenuate, basically it means to reduce the force or effect of something, okay, to decrease. So for example, having a bulletproof vest attenuated the effect of the bullet. So if I'm wearing the bulletproof vest, it reduces the impact of the bullet, right? So we have to find the opposite. So something that increases the effect, right? So contract also means to decrease, mitigate also means to prevent, disable means to make zero, expand means to increase. So here expand would be the right answer because it talks about the opposite of what attenuate is referring to. Correct? So therefore the right answer here would be B, expand. Then last question, this is again from the 2014 paper. Choose again antonym. So cajole. Cajole basically means to convince someone, right? When you're convincing someone, you're trying to convince them through words. So if I'm cajoling my friend to join me for a movie, I'm telling them, hey, join me, the movie is great, I'll pay for your tickets, you'll have a good time. So you're cajoling them. You're convincing them through words and through emotion, through logic, right? So you friendlyly convince someone to do something. It's in a friendly manner, right? So the opposite of that would be, I guess, option number D. Here it talks about bully. So bully, it means you force someone to do something. A bully forces someone to do something. So we have all seen bullies, right? On the other hand, deceive and mislead mean the same thing, but they're in completely different tangent. Build up also, we know building something up, again a different tangent. So it's not anyway connected to cajoling someone. So bully, therefore, is the only logical right answer here. Okay. So guys, so that was a focus on the verbal ability questions from Snap. So as you can see, typically the verbal questions in Snap are pretty simple, and I would say 90% of the verbal ability questions in Snap can easily be attempted by anyone who has a medium, moderate level of understanding of English and comfort in English. So that ways it is quite simple. The other part of verbal ability, which is your RC passages, I think that's where the main challenge lies. So if you want to understand, if you want to see how we can solve RC passages, you can download the app. You can check out my videos on the Unacademy app where I focus on solving RC passages because RC passages are common across all the management exams and they have a very important focus for those who are looking to score well. So, but the verbal ability, at least for Snap and in the morning session where we checked IIFT, seems to be quite simple. So that's an advantage in these two papers. So I think that's about it, guys. If you like the videos, please like it, please share, and please subscribe to our channel. I have a Telegram group that you can join if you want to discuss queries with fellow CAT aspirants. It's called Achyut-Unacademy. And also, as I've already mentioned, if you plan to join an academy subscription or if you know somebody who's planning to join an academy subscription, please share my code Achyut given at the bottom of the screen. That will help them get a flat 10% off. You can benefit, you can help use this to help benefit someone. You'll also feel good about helping a friend out, save some money. And I will see you next time. And meanwhile, keep studying, keep practicing, and all the best for your preparation. All right. So thank you and bye.